Buddha.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this'll be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gon' do, we gotta
What's up, everybody? How we doing today? Welcome on in, welcome on in. So, what's up, Black Poppy? How you doing, man? So today we're going to be talking about the off-season plan for the Carolina Panthers. We got a few pieces of news to discuss first. before we do that. And we're going to be bringing Blitz in here to chat with us. But before we do that, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, reactions to NFL news, as well as scheduling for the channel for the offseason and the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football League. All right, so let's read off a couple comments here from David Screws, and then we'll get this thing rolling while we went on Blitz. Keep pounding. If you're going to go through these things in life, face them, keep pounding. I live by the motto, very helpful. Absolutely, man. It goes beyond football. It absolutely does. And I love Sam Mills for what he has created and what that legacy means for all of us, going forward. Keep pounding every day. Keep pounding for this team. Darkness doesn't last forever. That's a fact. This darkness of this team will not last forever, folks. We will come out of this and we will find success. Be patient, be courageous, and always look towards the optimistic side of it. And we will come out of this. We will host our own Super Bowl parade one day. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jared Richardson did not put us into the league for us to just never win a Super Bowl. We're always going to be trying to get there. So you have to stay vigilant and watch every move that you make in these off seasons, because they will either lead to success or they will lead to coming back to haunt you through different players and what they do. So that's why today is a very important conversation to have. All right. Just got the info from Blitz. Let's get this moving. All right. Give me 1 minute.
It's quite exciting.
What's
we're
going
gonna
on,
get
brother?
into it. Hey, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Still sore from yesterday's workout all over, but I'm here. I'm here. Dude,
I hear you.
I went at it yesterday. I mean, whole bunch of sit-ups, leg raises, rows, bench pressing, like a lot of core yesterday. So
Nice.
yeah, today's definitely a rest day, but I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right.
Very good.
So it's been a little while. Got quite a bit to talk about.
Indeed, indeed. Let me get you set up on my stream here, because you know how Streamlabs likes to do. It likes to mess up.
It
There
has
we
its
go.
moments.
All right. First topic of discussion: Steve Wilkes got fired from the 49ers.
We're gonna go there for ooh.
Yeah, I just heard about that earlier today, and
Oh man, you want to go for the jugular? Okay, we can. All right, let's do it.
I mean, I don't know what you were wanting to go for first, but
Well,
that immediately caught my attention.
I mean, I was thinking, Super Bowl, but hey, he was part of the Super Bowl, so we can tie it in. We can tie it in.
Absolutely.
So, yes, ladies
the
and gentlemen.
Niners people said that there were a lot of questionable calls, and I think it was Mike Shanahan that actually said that.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that he's just not a good fit for us anymore. And I'm like, okay, you got all the way to the Super Bowl with this guy, and now you're saying he's not a good fit? Something ain't adding up here.
Mm.
There's some trouble in paradise in San Francisco right now, and that's going to start to degrade everything that the Niners are doing. Because Steve Wilkes is going to take some players with him wherever he goes. And it's going to slowly break apart.
So the really scary thing about this is the second time he's been in a one and done situation. Of course, the first time when he was Arizona Cardinals head coach.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I know this may be one of those things where a lot of people could be like, told you so moments. And it just.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know one of the big things that was mentioned, and I know we can go back in our archives, there's a whole lot mentioned about how San Francisco's defense declined after he came here. And I'm not saying that he did that. That's not the case.
Mm-hmm.
But let's not act like they weren't still in the top 10 when it came to defense. Not only that, they made it to the freaking Super Bowl, especially as the number one ranked team in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
So, like you said, bro, like certain things just don't add up, but it does make you wonder. It's like, dang, this is the second time this has happened.
Mm-hmm. It throws up some red flags for me. Because you've done all of that work all year long. You got to the Super Bowl, and now you don't want your defensive coordinator anymore, regardless of who it is. Like, that's not a good look, San Fran. Not a good look.
Not only that, it's not like they got obliterated. They lost by 3 points. It came down to overtime.
In overtime, yeah. Exactly. Like, the fact that you got to overtime was mostly thanks to Steve Wilkes.
I mean, not only that, holding to Patrick Mahomes and that offense to 19 points in 4 quarters, I'd say that's pretty good.
There's very few defensive coordinators that could pull that off in the league. Maybe 3 or 4.
Like, I could see if this was a repeated thing where they just couldn't get to the playoffs or maybe got to like a one and done so many times.
Yeah.
But first year there, and y'all are in the Super Bowl.
Oof.
And already he's out?
Yeah.
Like,
I
mean,
that's my thought process here.
I don't know. Maybe more 49er fans can really shed some light on this because I personally don't get it.
If they are if they're that impatient, they're more impatient than our fans are, and that's saying something. Because our fans are really impatient.
Yeah, and you thought it got really bad when, he had the type of season that he had with us, really kind of gave us that spark. We didn't keep him. Okay. He goes to San Fran. Super Bowl. They lose like a hard-fought, close game.
Yeah.
And dang, he's out just like that. Like,
oof.
It's not a good look. It's really not a good look.
Yeah. Happy Valentine's Day for everybody. I realize most people are out on dates or doing whatever they do on Valentine's Day. So, enjoy.
So one thing that was pointed out, apparently Nick Bosa said the 49ers weren't prepared for the read option the Chiefs used on the game-winning drive, and Kyle Shanahan called a timeout in overtime because he didn't like a cover 0 call.
Ooh. I saw that. I noticed that.
Yeah, that was one of the I know that was one of the arguing points against Steve Wilkes. I do
Mm-hmm.
remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
It's not like when he screws up royally. It's just a screw up, you know.
and at the same time, a timeout was called. I mean,
Yeah.
could one say it was a waste? Maybe, but it's not like it was really the end all be all because it was able to get adjusted because they called a timeout.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I can't figure it out, bro. I mean, and I think you make a good point when you're saying, I mean, does that show the impatience of Niner fans? I mean, maybe,
Or Mike
but
Shanahan too, and the
yeah,
owner of the Niners.
yeah, because I mean, not only that, the last like at least 4 out of the 5 seasons they've been in the NFC Championship, so it's not like they've been like dragging.
Right.
I
And
don't
you
know.
literally just signed Steve Wilkes this past year. So it's not
Right.
like he hasn't had the time. 1 year and you're already firing him? Like, if it's been 2 or 3 years, I can see, and you don't want a trophy. I get it. If you're up there consistently 3 times in a row and you don't get the trophy, I get it. But this dude was only there for 1 year.
Right.
That's what bothers me about this.
Hmm. Exactly. And it's like nobody's going to talk about the blocked extra point that I really feel like was a
And
big
that was
turning
special
point.
teams. That was on
Yeah.
special teams. That's not even on the defense.
Right. Or like we said earlier, the fact that that defense held Patrick Mahomes and that offense to 19 points in
That
four
is something,
quarters.
dude.
We're talking about somebody that just became
Mm,
a 3-time Super Bowl champion, 2-time MVP. I
right.
mean, like I said, people got to realize it's not like the Niners or anybody got obliterated. If anything, that was a defensive showdown.
Mm-hmm. That
So,
was two of the best defensive coordinators going at it right there. It was quite impressive. Both of those defensive lines were just absolutely top notch.
yeah.
That
And not
entire
only that,
first half, it just seemed like there was nothing going on, for most people, and they got bored with it. But if you really watch those defensive lines,
mhm,
that's where the fun was.
yeah. And it's like, are we gonna ignore the fact that the Niners had the first possession in overtime and still couldn't get in the end zone?
I was just sitting there like, this could be Steve Wilkes' coup de grace right here of his entire career. The way
Yeah,
he was play calling was just spectacular
yeah.
up until that point.
I
Maybe
don't
he
know.
was just
Just
used as a scapegoat just because they didn't
yeah,
win the Lombardi. It's like, well, we got to have a scapegoat. We got to fire somebody. Well, no, you don't. No, you don't. You just got to the Super Bowl and lost. That's respectable. You just lost to the Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. That's respectable. Just keep the staff that you got and go back and try it again. Run it back. And the next time you might have a good chance of winning. Because if you really look at it, play that Super Bowl over about 10 times, that might have
hmm
gone one way or the other in any one of those scenarios. Pick a scenario.
right.
And it only takes like 2 or 3 plays for it to go one direction or the other. So anybody that was betting on that game in Vegas had a heck of a day. They won
Yeah.
some major payout cash. My buddy had $200 on the Chiefs and some extra money on different stats. Like CMC getting a certain amount of carries or Kelsey getting a certain amount of catches, and
Uh,
it was wild. So it gave everybody at my party a reason to cheer for the Chiefs for a little bit, you know. But I was just like, I gotta ask, what did it feel like watching CMC score that touchdown?
Oh, that was quite a excellent play call. Like that, I did not see that play call coming. So, and
Bro,
not to mention, as soon as he caught the ball, pretty much had a clear lane and just jetted to the end zone, like pretty much untouched.
bro, I got chills watching that man score. And
Yeah,
I'm
it was
sitting
awesome.
there with my signed CMC mini helmet,
Hmm.
and I'm saying, if this man becomes MVP, I've got an MVP signed mini helmet in my hands,
Hmm.
which is going to drive the value up twice what it already is. Which those things go for like $150. I'm like, dude, that entire party that I was at went absolutely nuts when he went into the
Hmm.
end zone.
Yeah,
Oh my god. Locke, you were there. You watched it. Like, that was just chaos. Those parties get lit, bro. I'm telling you. At my friend's house. We get the drinks flowing. We get people coming in. It's just lit, bro.
now, let me ask you this. Do you think he got enough carries? He only had 22 carries.
A lot of people say no. I'm going to agree.
Hmm.
Because there are a lot of cases where he was getting like 3-4 yards a carry, and he was keeping
Right.
that offensive drives going. And I thought, okay, well, some of these are setup plays, some of them are not. It just depends on which ones are setup plays and
Hmm.
what are you setting up for. If you're just running the ball just to establish the run game, that's one thing. But if you're trying to make them respect the run as well as the pass, then that's quite another.
True,
And
true.
with the Chiefs D line doing what they've been doing that whole game, I was sitting there like, okay, how much longer can you continue to run the ball with CMC? You know, before they start shutting it down. And eventually they did start shutting it down because stamina is a big thing in the Super Bowl and in the playoffs in
Right,
general. Either you have it or you don't going into the fourth quarter.
right.
And if the other team has been wearing you down and wearing you down and wearing you down for like three whole quarters, you're not going to have it in the fourth quarter. But KC does not have that problem. They have
Hmm.
always had good stamina going into the fourth quarter to where they can outlast you. Anything
Right,
you've been
right.
doing for three quarters and go into the fourth like completely fresh, like nothing had ever happened. And they rotate a little bit too. I've noticed that when I was watching certain players coming in and out. I was watching um, it would be a defensive end or maybe a defensive tackle. They would rotate people in and out so they'd be fresh, like they do in
Right,
college. And I was like, hmm, you know, and that's how they keep getting away with it. There's no rule saying you can't do it.
right, right.
And I'm sitting there like, okay, how much longer can you run CMC into this brick wall, this defense? Because eventually it's going to turn into a cement wall, and you're not getting through it
Right.
with that with that stamina fully intact there. So at that point, it's like more of, okay, what are you setting up for? What plays are you setting up for? Because it's not about respecting the run anymore. It's more about, okay, what are we setting up for? Because you know it's going to be
Right,
75% pass from here on because it's Patrick Mahomes.
right, right.
But you still need a quarterback spy to handle Patrick Mahomes in case this dude gets away. Which is one thing Wilkes failed to do, was put a quarterback spy out there. And you saw a couple of runs from Patrick Mahomes. Big runs. So I was
Now,
like, okay, well,
here's another thing I don't get. So, word is that some folks of the Niners did not realize that the new playoff rules were being enforced, despite the referee specifying them before the coin toss. Thoughts on that?
you have no excuse not to know. If the referees tell
Exactly.
you before the game even kicks off, then you have no reason and no excuse not to follow them and not to know. It's just like
Agreed.
like with anything else. If it's been priorly announced, you have to follow it.
Yeah, I agree.
You're
I
expected to know.
definitely agree. But I don't know. Like, for folks to label Steve Wilkes's debut season on the Niners a bumpy season,
I
I
don't
mean,
agree with that.
they went to the Super Bowl. Like,
Exactly. You don't go to the Super Bowl and have a bumpy season with defense. I'm sorry, you don't do that. That's just not how the NFL works. You
I'd be
either
very
make it or
curious
you
to
don't.
I would be very curious to hear what Niners fans have to say. I don't know if you have any in your chat, but like,
Not
I'm
currently,
very
no.
curious. Okay, I'm very curious because like I said, I think when it comes down to it, it was a very close game. It was a defensive showdown.
Mm-hmm.
We saw that from the beginning,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, it really could have gone either way.
That is
Really
true.
could have gone either way.
Mm-hmm. Like I
So,
said, you replay this game 10 times, it could go either way at any point in any one of those games.
right.
It was a
I
pure
mean,
50-50 type scenario in every one
I
of
mean
them.
both. Both teams had two turnovers,
Mm-hmm.
had very close to equal amount of time of possession.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, so much stood out. The Chiefs had one first down more than the Niners.
Oh,
Like,
man. Just everything was tight niched. I mean, you look at even the tight ends battle. Like,
yeah,
when they pointed out Travis Kelce only had like one catch, Kittle didn't either.
right.
Kittle was doubled up too.
Yep.
They shut both of those guys down. And
Sure
I'm like,
did.
okay, well, then it comes down to what wide receivers are open. They're not open. All right, so running game. Which one is better? CMC, clearly. But, you know, the turnover. The turnover
Yep.
and the extra missed field goal,
Extra
man.
point.
Yeah, the missed extra point and the blocked field goal. That's what made the difference.
And not only that, both teams had six penalties.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Mm-hmm.
just like,
it was evenly matched there.
this game was very, very neck and neck. I think
Yeah.
we had an excellent game.
I really don't understand how people think this game was rigged, as even as this game was.
Right.
I really don't get it. They referenced one particular play where somebody kept going past the clock, and I saw the video and I just didn't see it. So maybe it's there, maybe it isn't. I don't know. I never saw it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I had that video sent to me though.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
But
I mean,
Brock Purdy though. Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, isn't so irrelevant anymore.
yeah, he did good. 23 of 38, 255, a touchdown, only sacked once.
And this is proof of, if you develop a quarterback correctly in the right environment, with the right weaponry and the right protection, he will flourish, even if it's Mr. Irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, this is an object lesson for us as Panther fans, to look at this and say, okay, whether it's a round one pick one or whether it's Mr. Irrelevant at the end of the spectrum, you know, if you develop a quarterback correctly with the right weaponry and the right protection, he could be a contender in any correct environment that fits his style and system. I've been saying that about Bryce since the beginning here. But there are some people that just want to wear that paper bag and they don't want to listen, so. But I mean, this again proves it. You got Baker Mayfield in Tampa Bay. You got, add your own example, There's several to choose from. And I mean, there's several things we can learn from that Super Bowl that could help us. And that's the main one that I want us to focus on.
Right.
Because a lot of Panther fans don't want to hear that, and it's just, it's the truth.
Yeah, that's a good point. How did you feel about Travis Kelce almost knocking down Andy Reid, yelling, getting up in his face? What did you think about that?
They have a particular relationship where they could do that and, apologize later to each other and be just fine. And that's a special relationship between a player and a coach. And I feel like Luke, Thomas Davis, Cam, Greg Olsen all had that kind of chemistry with Ron Rivera back in the day. To where they could do that and not and just apologize later and be cool. Because they knew that there was one common goal. It was to win. Straight up. And they knew about each other personality-wise. They knew, they respected each other. But even Tom Brady got in the face of his offensive linemen, back in the day and gave them heck for not protecting him. And they respected him. There was a whole bunch of other situations like that where, and people wanted to bring up a certain wide receiver that we had that got kicked out of Carolina. That's not a good... No. That's not a good example of that because there was no chemistry between him and that coach. And y'all know who I'm talking about. And I'm glad he's gone.
You talking about Robbie?
Yep. Robbie Chosen Anderson. And I'm glad he's gone because he is still a free agent. For that reason of he won't change his attitude. He won't change his personality to be a coachable player. And respect his coach. That's why nobody wants to touch him. It's not because he doesn't have potential. Sure, he might have potential. You don't know until you start working with him and develop him and build a relationship with him. But he can't be acting like that on your sidelines and expected to stay on your team afterwards. That's a total 180 from what we're talking about here. With Kelce and Andy Reid. Because they know one another. They know how to get along and respect each other without an issue.
Right.
So.
Here's a tweet. Shout out to Jerry Duncan. Mm-hmm. He said they held the Chiefs to 19 points and 2 turnovers in regulation. They went into the locker room with a 10-6 lead. The offense went 3 for 12 on third down, in which they had a stretch of 3 straight 3-and-outs in the third quarter where they threw the ball 8 times. I mean, come on. I mean, talking about the offense. Yeah. I mean,
the Chiefs' whole offense was their running back, Pachinko.
Oh yeah, Isaiah Pacheco.
I can never say that name right. Please forgive me for butchering it, but I love the guy. I think he's a big, strong running back, and he's very, very talented. Very elusive guy. He can shift. He can get people off of him, and he's just a heck of a guy. very talented. And that entire first half, it was just the Pachinko game there. Nobody was really getting thrown to. Nobody was really doing anything offensively. It was just him.
Mm-hmm.
And for the Niners, it was CMC, and they were spreading the ball out a little bit. It was Ayuk and probably one other wide receiver, from what I could tell. And that was really it, because they were shutting everything else down.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to reference one particular wide receiver in the fourth quarter. Lot Poppy, help me out with this, because I was so buzzed by that point. I probably didn't even remember. But it was the Chiefs wide receiver, right? It was shoot. Let me pull up the roster real quick.
Are you talking about Marquise Valdez-Scantling? Scanting?
Nah. Hold on.
Rashee Rice?
Rashee Rice, yes. That dude is a baller, dude. That dude is a baller. I saw him start making some plays in that fourth quarter. I was just like, who is this dude?
He came just short of 1,000 yards this season, finished with 938 receiving yards.
And I sort of knew who he was, going in, but I was just like, they're going to shut him down. They got some good corners in that secondary. Sure enough, this dude starts balling out in the fourth quarter. I'm like, all right.
Yeah. Second rounder out of SMU, 6'1", 204 pounds.
That's what happens when you put extra guys on Kelsey, because it's going to open up opportunities for guys like that.
Oh, I got to ask you this, because I know you got something to say. Your thoughts on Mecole Hardman making the game-winning catch?
And this ties into what we're going to be doing off-season-wise, too, because I've got some opinions on this. Yeah, I'm glad you brought him up. So, before this, we were thinking about getting wide receivers through free agency. And his name popped up for me immediately. Now, we got to consider his history a little bit. This dude was the second or third wide receiver for Kansas City during that Super Bowl that he was in before. So, they struggled to find a place for him because there were so many weapons on offense in Kansas City at the time. They were trying to cut budget, and his name happened to be the one that got cut. So, at that point, I don't know what his value would be. Maybe a third. What would you rate his value at?
That's tough.
That's my major question, because
I guess a third is pretty reasonable when you look at his career so far. I think that's reasonable.
All right, so let's go with the third.
Yeah,
and he gets cut by the Chiefs. The Jets pick him up, who are notoriously bad for developing players and finding uses for players in their system. So he wasted an entire year with the Jets, and the Jets traded back for a 6th and a 7th pick, which is basically a ham sandwich and some chips. So you're thinking at this point, his contract was what, under $1 million at that point?
I believe so.
It was like 500 something. 500, whatever, slightly above what you would pay a rookie. And I'm just thinking, dude, the Chiefs just got a steal. This dude was a second or third wide receiver for them before in the Super Bowl. Sure, he didn't make a play in that Super Bowl, but everybody knew his name, at that point. So, You know, you play in the Super Bowl, you get a ring, your name is a household name at that point. Everybody knows who you are, even all the way down to Burson for us. You know, when we were in the Super Bowl, so everybody knew who these guys were.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Quick comment. T Funk, welcome to the stream. He says best shoulders in the NFL. Mike Allstott. Okay, continue.
good question. Interesting one.
Yeah, it is, but that immediately popped in my mind.
Yeah. So my whole thought process was, okay, the Chiefs pick him up. If they're looking to budget cut, you know, we could get him for a cheap, what, 1, 2, to maybe $3 million deal on a 3-year contract. Easy. You know, along with another wide receiver. That was my thought process before this Super Bowl. Because they were barely using him this year, and again, the Chiefs couldn't figure out where to put him.
Mm-hmm.
Because he doesn't really fit their system, but he's just kind of that extra guy in there that somebody's got to guard, you know? And that's a plus when you're going into the Super Bowl because it's somebody that the defense won't be expecting to get the ball in critical moments.
So, just an FYI, his base salary was $720,000.
There you go, just above what a rookie would be paid. You know, so, and that was for 1 year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you see where I'm coming from here. We could pick him up for pennies on the dime and have him for cheap for 3 years. Lock him in. You know, if we can fit him into the West Coast offense, awesome. If we can't, chop him. You know what I'm saying? We're not losing much. Either way, we win, you know, with this dude. Because he's severely undervalued now to that point before he got into the Super Bowl. So it's an extra guy that the defenders have to plan against in a Super Bowl in a critical moment, which is why they used him in a trick play like that and got him for the touchdown. Now, I was so buzzed at that point, I was like, it's a Chiefs Super Bowl. Cool. You know? But if I had been paying attention, I would have been highly upset if we were a Panthers fan because this is something, if you're planning on getting this dude for a cheap deal, there goes your cheap deal right out the window. Because the second that man just scored that touchdown, his value went up. Big time. This dude is going to be signed for no less than $5 million for a one-year deal now. At least 3 or 4. Because he got that game-winning touchdown.
Oh, yeah, that he blacked out afterwards.
Yeah. So here's the deal. Instead of getting that 3-year deal, now we're going to be looking at a 1 to 2 year deal. Maybe. If we're lucky to get this dude. Along with another wide receiver. And that's going to be a major problem, and that's going to be a strain on our cap. Because we got to re-sign all these people, and we've got to make sure Frankie Louvu's signed. We got to make sure that we find a place for certain players that we don't want out on the market. You know, and I could look at that list right now and see like at least 4 people that I don't want out on that market. Because if they get picked up by another team and get developed properly, that's a Pro Bowler. In the making right there. That's a major problem. And we're going to lose a few of these guys, so don't panic when we do. Because Frank put us in this situation. It's going to be painful. It's not going to be nice. But Frank put us in this situation, and so did Matt Rule. So you blame both of those guys. Because they had zero plan for any of these guys. They had no clue what we were doing. And, you know, we wasted their talent for 4 years. And it should severely piss off Panthers fans because that is a total waste of talent. In draft picks. And money. Like, So when we're talking about McCole Hardman off of that free agent list, um, all of what we're about to do is going to depend on two things. One, the Brian Burns contract. How much money are we getting back? Two, the restructuring of certain players, starting with Taylor Moton. Everything flows from there. Whatever we're able to do starts from right there. If we can't do anything from, we're kind of in a black hole here because we can't do anything until those moves are made. So, except for sign Frankie, that's a must.
Right. Which, yeah, that's definitely.
And that's the first thing that Dan did. And I'm very proud of him. Good job. Good job. Love it. So it's going to be up to Brant Tillis to restructure a few contracts. If you could bring up some of these contracts, I'm going to put them up on the screen as well. I want to see like what we're actually doing with here. What contracts could we restructure before we even deal with free agency? Because this is going to get real crazy here. Let me see if I can.
I'm just on Spot Track, so I mean, if there's like a,
I am too. I'm on Over the Cap, and we're looking at Taylor Moton, who has a $29.7 million cap number.
Oh, that's just cap hit.
Yeah, that's got to be for starters. We got to restructure that. That's way too much money, especially after what we saw last year. Way too much. I'm sorry. No. We're not paying that to you, Taylor. We love you, but we're not paying you that much. Not for those results. The next highest is Dante Jackson, 15.7.
Right.
Now, for a guy that's not healthy for the entire season, do you think he's worth 15.7, the amount of a lockdown corner? I don't. We need to restructure that.
Yeah, I definitely believe those were two notable names that could be dealt with the restructuring for sure.
Mm-hmm. And the third one for me is Von Bell. Because for what we got out of Von Bell this year, is he worth 10.9? Do you really think he's worth 10.9? Because I'm sitting here going, nah.
That's arguable because it wasn't that long ago that he played in a Super Bowl. So that can be a little bit arguable.
Fair. I'm willing to go up to 7 or 8. I'm willing to go up to 7 or 8 on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But not 10. Then there's Hayden Hurst. Hayden Hurst did nothing really this year. It was $9.9 million.
I fear for his health. Like, Hayden Hurst is a big question mark.
Yeah. So there's that one. 9.9, I don't think so. Not for what we got out of Hayden Hurst this year. Bryce Young, I'm going to leave alone for right now because quarterback contracts are always that high of 8.6. And we could develop him to become worth 8.6. That's why I'm leaving that alone. But if you look at the dead money that we would have to pay him, it's $31 million in the next red column over there. That's not something we want to have to do. Yikes. So leave it alone. The next one for me is Xavier Woods, $7.7 million. Mm-mm. No. I say $5 million tops for the performance we got. Wait, how many years is this dude contracted for, though?
Hurst.
No, Xavier Woods.
You said Hurst?
No, Xavier Woods.
Oh, Xavier Woods. He becomes unrestricted free agent in 2025, so we got him for another year.
Okay, so how long is this contract?
It was a 3-year, $15 million.
Okay, so 7.7.
We got him for one more year.
Do you feel like 7.7 is a fair number to pay him right now? Or do we want to restructure that?
I think I'm okay with where he's at.
Okay. Moving on, Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders for 7.6. For the trash year that he just had. Like, that's... Yeah, we got to restructure that. That ain't working for me. We got to do something with that.
There's a lot that can be said about Miles Sanders, unfortunately. So.
I'm not going to go there, but we're just strictly looking at his contract. That ain't going to cut it for me. We can save some money there. J.C. Horn is 6.7. I'm fine with leaving it where it is. 6.7 is fair for the amount of time that he's spent on the field.
Well, the thing with JC is they're going to need to figure out whether they want to take up his
fifth-year
option.
I say yes, because you don't want to lose one of your two main corners and have to try to replace that.
Right.
So for now, leave him be. Extend that. Do we have to extend that this year, or do we have to?
Otherwise, because he came on in 2021, so
gotcha. All right, so we're extending his 5th-year option. That's part of the $30 million. All right.
We can make it through this next season with him, but yeah, they would need to consider whether to pick up his 5th-year option for 2025.
DJ Chark is gone. I'm just going down this list. DJ Johnson did nothing for us. Jamie Robinson basically did nothing for us. I don't even know why we picked those two people. Those were horrible picks. But beyond that, I don't see anybody else you could really restructure. Everybody else was good. I'm satisfied with it. But those are the ones that you want to try to save some money for. And depending on how much money we save out of that, that will tell us what we can do in re-signings and free agency. Same with the Brian Burns contract. Now, let's get into the Brian Burns contract, because this is the big elephant in the room. Now, again, I've explained this before. This is why we are in this position. It's because of Frank. Because they failed to draft a linebacker. And this goes back to the draft. Okay, follow me, folks. Because this is important. Because we decided to get impatient and pick Mingo in the 2nd round. I had zero problem with the Bryce Young pick. So we go into the 2nd round. A bunch of linebackers are getting taken off the board in the 2nd round. Well, there was a few that were being taken off. And it was starting to become a trend. And as you know, I follow the trends. And I pay attention to that. Okay, so If you have a position of need in that area, you need to go ahead and pick that player up. If you got somebody at that position, such as linebacker, go ahead and pick them up.
So do you feel like they gave up too early on Brandon Smith, since that was somebody that at one point we drafted a couple of seasons ago but didn't really...
Yeah, because he's already gone.
Right.
Getting back to my point. So, because you failed to draft a linebacker in the second round, you went for Mingo instead, which we barely used. That was Steve Smith's pick. And nothing against Steve Smith, but you don't always have to listen to the veteran when you think you have a better option available. With all due respect to the veteran players, Steve Smith and Greg Olsen that are experts at this stuff, much love to them, but you don't always have to listen when you know that there's a trend going on and you need a player at that position. Then you need to follow your needs. At that point.
Really,
there's going to be some good wide receivers still in the third round.
The only thing that really stood out this season about Jonathan Mingo, averaged 9.7 per catch.
Mm-hmm.
That's really it. That's
right.
Really it. So
exactly. And you got impatient. You went after Mingo when there were wide receivers in the third. You could have just picked up one of those guys. I think Josh Downs was actually picked up before our pick. But that's who I was targeting at that point.
Josh Downs?
Yeah, Josh Downs from North Carolina.
Right.
You want a hometown guy that's a wide receiver? Sure, Josh Downs. But I figured he might be gone by that point, but there's still some solid wide receivers that would be there. That are still of that level and caliber that you want. That are still B-plus wide receivers that we could really do something with. Like a DJ Chark level,
mm-hmm.
when he was in Detroit. So, if you're looking for that, you could definitely pick one of those up at that point. And not lose too much. And then, you go down, you get your defensive end, put him opposite of Burns. We had 2 4th-round picks, as I recall. So the other 4th-round pick for me would have been, okay, so I see that Hodges Tomlinson is still there. I'm not going to waste any more time. I don't want anybody else getting this guy. I want him now. Pick him up there. Don't let him slip until the 6th round. That's ridiculous. I don't know how all these teams let this man slip to the 6th round, when I knew that this dude's height had nothing to do with his playing ability. There's your corner right there. There's your C.J. Henderson replacement. So you can go ahead and let C.J. Henderson, Keith Taylor, Stanley Thomas Oliver go. No need for any of them. And have Troy Hill sitting there in free agency ready to go in case you need him. So that's that. But instead, we decided we wanted Jamie Robinson and DJ Johnson. And I'm sitting there going, okay, well, here's what this does. It screws Jeremy Chin as well. Because you still haven't figured out a place to put Jeremy Chin. You've had a 4-3 defense, you've had a 3-4 defense, and you still don't know where to put him. When you look at the stats, his numbers get cut in half. I'm going to show you guys.
Yeah, I think he might indeed be out the door. Hate to say it.
Yeah, and this is going to start up a massive, massive debate here. Because this is where things start to get really dicey. So as you see on your screen here, the 2022 year, he had 70 combined tackles, 19 assists, 1 sack. No interceptions, none of that. Now here's the difference right here in the combined tackles numbers, because in 2023 he had 30. This is when you switched him back to linebacker. This is why I tried to tell everybody, don't do it. You're still going to have the same amount of assisted tackles the same amount of sacks, but the combined tackles, that's where you got a problem. Because you're taking this dude out of his niche. And it's screwing him up. You're going to run into the same problem with Jeremy Chin as you are with Brian Burns, contract-wise, where you don't know what to do with him. And now you're like, okay, do we pay him as a linebacker or do we pay him in his original niche position of a safety or a defensive end, where he was doing significantly better? His numbers get cut in half. This is what I was trying to explain to people. But they were not hearing it 2 or 3 years ago. Everybody wanted him at linebacker. Okay, you got your wish. He's at linebacker. Look at the numbers, though. Some of these people don't see it until they see the hindsight 2020. And that concerns me, because I'm trying to teach y'all. Don't look at the hindsight 2020. Look at what is actually happening now. Mm-hmm. Before you make these mistakes. And you cost this team money. You cost this team a potential Pro Bowler. And in this case, 2 Pro Bowlers. That could go on another team in those natural positions. Because another team's going to see Jeremy Chin and they're going to put him immediately at safety. And they're going to get the same numbers that he was getting in 2022, 2021, and 2020. Just strictly at safety. Mm-hmm. They're going to get more out of him than we got out of him this year.
Well, you know what
Same
they say,
thing with Brian Burns. They're going to put him back. Whatever team gets Brian Burns is immediately going to stick him at defensive end. He's not going anywhere else. And he's going to get those same numbers that he got in 2022, 2021 in a 4-3 defense. Just strictly at defensive end. Both of these guys are going to become Pro Bowlers. Frank screwed us up in both of these areas. We're about to lose 2 Pro Bowlers, man. That's what pisses me off. I'm very frustrated about that. This is what happens when you hire the wrong coach that has no vision and no idea what he's doing with his players. And the player development team has no idea what they're doing as far as developing players. This is Exhibit A right here. And we've been doing this for how many years? 6, 7, 8 years now? Why are these people still in our front office?
Well, there's been some shifting. There's been some pieces that have been switched out here and there. So, I mean,
I need an earthquake. I don't need no tremors, man. I need an earthquake in our front office. If we're going to shake this thing up, man.
I mean, we don't have Scott Fitterer anymore. We don't, we got a whole different coaching staff with the exception of Barrow. So, I mean, it's, I know that a lot of the front office and coaching staff has been touched so far. So it'll be interesting, to see once the talent gets handled. But they definitely got to start somewhere. That's for sure.
So this whole Brian Burns thing, you gotta tag him and trade him. You gotta tag him and trade him. That's the only way to handle this. And we're gonna end up with about $30 million that we can spend on free agency and re-signing. Plus whatever we get back from the restructuring of contracts. Mm-hmm. That'll tell us exactly what we can and cannot do. But, I had to walk y'all through that whole process because it was important to see the whole road that led to where we are right now. Because once you see the whole road, you can't ignore it. This is what we've been doing with all our star players. You're about to see it with Dante Jackson and J.C. Horn next. Everybody's going to call them an injury risk. And there they go out the door. Pro Bowlers. Once they play a full healthy season just like CMC.
Yeah, we definitely
This has got to
will.
stop. We have got to stop rotating this wheel. We're letting too many of these Pro Bowlers walk out the door, man. It's unacceptable. But here we are. We have no choice. He's gone. I hate to say it, but both of these guys are gone because if you try to re-sign Jeremy Chin, you either re-sign him as a safety or you re-sign him as a linebacker. Which one are you doing? And if you try to re-sign him as a linebacker, he's out the door.
Well, I think it's more so bringing him
Period.
back and giving him his increased role that he had before. We have to also remember his role got decreased in
Yep.
general,
Yep.
along with unfortunately the injury
Yep.
tax. So I mean, it really just comes down to let him be him, you
Exactly.
know,
And
just
that's what everybody that keeps coming through here says, oh, well, this coach lets us be us, But since David Tepper took over and the new coaches took over, you don't hear that anymore. Baker Mayfield actually complained about the fact that the front office was stifling his growth. I saw that
yeah.
article, and my eyes popped open. I was just like, really? Here we go.
Then
And he's
turn
not
around,
saying anything that we don't already know. That we
yeah.
haven't been pointing out for weeks. You know?
Then he
And
turns around and he's playing in the playoffs on a different team. So
exactly. Another exhibit of where we are mismanaging this talent and just letting it
and,
go.
and had his best year too. Let me also emphasize had his
Yeah.
best year in his career.
Canales saw something we didn't. That's why this man is our head coach now. And he's not down there in Tampa Bay because he sees something we did not in these players. And watch these guys all get developed properly once this man becomes head coach here. Now the problem is going to be staying here. We do have
Mm-hmm.
our defensive coordinator Evero. He could definitely be a selling point of staying. And that was my main concern was if Evero goes, there goes half our defense out the door walking. You know?
Thankfully, we were able to keep him for sure.
Yeah. That was my main concern. So this offseason went exactly how I had hoped it would. We got our head coach. We got our offensive-minded head coach, mind you, that had been in the playoffs last year with recent success, mind you, with our prior quarterback that we let go of because we weren't
Mm-hmm.
developing it properly,
Mm-hmm.
along
And don't
with...
and don't forget, he got a lot of praise from Dave Canellis. I mean, especially
Yeah,
somebody that called plays against his defense, and it's just,
right.
we saw how that battle was, and it's just like, hey, why go against him? Why when I can join him? So hey, it'll be interesting to see how well he works with them now that they're on the same side.
Yeah. And what that does now is that says, okay, now I kind of want to play for the Panthers, but I don't know what I'm going to get. If I end up on that team.
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid to sign a 3-year contract because I don't know how the results are going to be. Am I wasting these 3 years or am I going to get something out of them? Am I going to get developed properly or am I just wasting 3 years where I could just spend them somewhere else on a team that will develop me properly? So that's why this is important. I have been stressing the development of these players like all offseason so far because it is that critical. It's a major selling point. It's a do or die of whether they sign that contract, of whether players want to get drafted here or not under this system, under Canales. What are we building? If we don't know what we're building, why would they want to come here? And we're on those pins and needles right now where we got to ensure them and reassure them, you know, maybe buy them some Krispy Kreme donuts, maybe buy them some KFC buckets of chicken. His incentives. But we got to get them to stay here, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, no offense to people that like that stuff, But
it's got to be a hard-working off-season, that's for sure.
we got to incentivize them to stay here. And that may mean overpaying a few players to stay here. That may be on the fence because Jeremy Chin's already said he doesn't want to stay here.
Yeah.
Because we used him wrong. That's why. That's what he's not saying. Connect the dots, folks. Connect the dots. It's not hard. And
also we have to, hopefully Brant Tillis will definitely as that middle point can really work some magic in.
If you want Chin, you better put him at safety. Otherwise, he's not worth paying out of that 30. Let's just assume it's 30 that we get back from Brian Burns' contract. Let's assume we don't restructure anybody. Let's say it's just 30. Plus the extra 10 that would be draft picks money, right? So 30 plus restructuring is what we're going to be doing with. Okay, so let's just start with the 30. Let's say, okay, Frankie Louvu is going to eat out of the 30. However much he eats out. That's a must. Whoever else we lose because of Frankie, I'm willing to make that sacrifice.
So
everybody here is too.
So how does this sound to you? According to Kevin Ostreicher, Bleacher Report proposed a tag and trade between the Ravens and Panthers, where the Ravens would receive Brian Burns, the Panthers would get a 2024 first-round pick, a 2025 third-round pick, and edge rusher David Ojabo.
If you look at I've heard this one. If you look up Ojabo, look up his numbers real quick, if you would, please. This dude is going to be a career backup. I did a little bit of research on this dude as soon as I heard that trade offer.
6'4", 255 pounds. He was a Michigan Wolverine, 23 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Second round pick in 2022.
He was slated to become a starter and then went backwards because his development was stifled.
Only played in 5 games, 7 total tackles, 6 of them were solo, 1 assist, 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles.
He only played in 5 games. That's a career backup. I'm sorry, but no. We're looking for a replacement for Burns. We're not looking for a backup to YGM. Nope.
Now,
pass on that deal.
The interesting thing is if we were to get the Ravens first round draft pick.
Yeah, I was just about to go into that. All right, so the first round pick, awesome. We want that. We want the third round pick. Awesome. But then we want a player that is worth...
It would be number 30 in the first round.
Okay, cool. Works for me. Works for everybody here, I think. So the third round pick, sure, we need that back. Because we're lacking a third round pick, correct?
Now, remember that was for 2025.
Gotcha.
We got a third round pick.
Okay, so it would be a second third round pick. That's great. Now we're looking for a player of the same value of a 5th round pick for that 5th round pick. Because what did they say? It was a first, a third, and that player, right?
Yeah, it was a first for this year and a third for next year.
Okay, fair. I like the pick values. But once you get into the 5th round pick value, then you need a different player other than a backup defensive end. We don't need another backup defensive end. So what we're looking for in positions of need on defense are 1, a linebacker, 2, a 4th string corner, and 3rd, a defensive end starter. Those are our necessary player moves that we've got to have. Now, some of this stuff we can get in the draft, with the picks that we have. I would also add to the list a defensive tackle and a safety. Somebody to complement Derek Brown. If you don't like Shy Tuttle, which I happen to like Shy Tuttle. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna knock defensive tackle off that list. What you're looking for is a starter for a 5th round value. So a safety would be good to replace Jamie Robinson. Because you're not doing jack crap with Jamie Robinson. Get rid of him.
So I think the only thing that we got to keep in mind about that possible trade idea is we would still have to pay Burns because it's a tag and trade.
Any situation you're going to have to pay Burns. There's no way around that. You end up with whatever you end up with. So there's no winning that one. What we're after is the pick values and the player value for the 5th. And like I said, this is the time to be aggressive with this because we've actually got the leverage. We need to go out there and say, okay, who is willing to give us a 1st this year, a 3rd next year, and a player of 5th round value in a position of need? Start from there. Whatever teams throw in their offers, okay, let's take a look at them. If the players don't fit what we need, toss them. We've narrowed it down to two, maybe 3 options, okay? Is this what we want? Which one is more beneficial to us? Because we're going to end up using that 5th round pick on a player anyway. Let's be real. The 3rd round pick for next year we're going to end up using on a player anyway, so you might as well throw in a player there too. If you want to combine the value of the 3rd and the 5th, fine. I'm down with that. For a quality defensive end, I'm good with that. That ensures that we get the player that we want. Yes, it's going to come out of our cap, but we will ensure that we don't have to pay for that. We don't have to go digging through the draft for that. And we already have it. That's a position of need and a pick that we can use for something else. From that point on. So, it's all about values and how much money you're willing to put into that. If you're willing to pay up a little bit, you can get somebody good for those trades. It just depends on who's willing to wheel and deal with you. But you need to be in an aggressive state with that because you hold the power. You hold the counterbalance of Brian Burns. People want that. Because if this dude was just let go to the free agent market, you would see about 6 teams interested in him right out of the gate. And willing to pay way overboard what we're willing to pay him right now. Look at Montez Sweat up in the Bears. Look at there's one other example too. I forget his name, but Montez Sweat is the first example that comes to mind. And the Bears wanted Brian Burns first. Mm-hmm. They couldn't get him in a trade, so they went after Sweat. So consider the Bears one of the main targets that's going to go after him. I could see him going to Jacksonville. I could see him going to uh, maybe Baltimore. Maybe somewhere that really needs the defensive end desperately.
Oh,
And is willing to pay up for
there'll be a
that.
bidding war. There'll definitely be a bidding war.
Exactly. And that's why I say we have the power to determine who makes a deal with us. So we need to use that. Sorry, I got a phone call. I gotta.
No, no problem, no problem. But
Okay, this is important. I gotta take this. Give me just a
okay.
minute. But
So
it's about the value though.
yeah, and we have to also keep in mind that Brian Burns, he's 25. Still young guy, like getting through that rookie contract. So I mean, it's going to be a bidding war. It's definitely going to be a bidding war for sure. Um, a lot to be done this off season for sure. Like it's going to be interesting. I know we've seen some good moves done with the front office, and there's a good number of people on board with Dave Canellis, the staff that he's pulled up. Brad Eatsdick, who's a Durham, North Carolina native. Uh, Tracy Smith, which don't know that much about him, but has worked with Dave Canellis. So there's chemistry there. There's chemistry present. I truly believe that in the midst of who we need to invest in, one or two of those has got to be at wide receiver. Like whether it's a tier one, tier two, tier three, we gotta invest in a wide receiver or two. That's at least a credible name. I'm not saying that it's going to be somebody that's like right near the top because I mean we're only dealing with a $30 million amount of cap space. But
All right, who are we talking about?
oh, I was just going on about as important as with like Brian Burns in that position. I also mentioned
Okay.
wide receiver as well. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, like I said, we have the position of power as far as trading. So if you want to trade for maybe a third and a fifth's worth, would be maybe a starting defensive end. It could look like a starting linebacker. It could look like a starting safety that's better than Xavier Woods or Bell back there. Who I complained about the closing speed of
mhm.
in the last few games. So maybe we could upgrade there. You know, or we could get a solid corner that we know is going to stay on the field for a long time. It could look like any of those things. So that would be worth the value of a third and a fifth, regardless of what years those third and fifths appear in. That we're getting. Like I said, all
Yeah,
about
fair
value.
point. Yeah, fair point. Definitely a fair point.
The issue there would be the money because you got to take it out of that $30 million plus the restructure money. But it's worth it, if you get what you're looking for, and you sign that 3-year deal with that player and save a little bit of cap space, put that towards free agency. There you go. That's a major player you don't have to go after in the draft and develop yourself. He's already been developed into your system because he runs a 3-4. He runs what Ajaro already runs. So all you're doing is just acclimating him into Ajaro's system. Boom, done. I don't think you go after a wide receiver with that value. We can pick up something like that in the draft. It's going to take time to reset that wide receiver core. Now, if a team is willing to give us a starting offensive lineman for a third round value, I think we seriously take a look at that. Because that's something we really, really desperately need. That's our danger zone right there, where we got to get something fixed and reset. And I like everybody but I like Bozeman and I like Corbett. Reset everybody else. I think Brady Christensen and Cade Mays we keep for depth. Everybody else goes.
Well, don't forget, Christensen was a starter until he got hurt. So
Yeah, everybody else goes. Once those contracts are up, toss them. We need a total reset. Bozeman and Corbett can adapt to any system that you want to run. I truly believe that. I've been watching them, and I truly believe that Bozeman is Ryan Cool 2.0. He just had a bad year. Be patient with the man. You know, I'm nowhere near ready to give up on that dude. Anywhere close. He just didn't stay healthy. Yeah, he had a couple of holding calls. Yeah, he did it. He gave up a couple of sacks. Sure. Same thing Ryan Khalil did, late in his career. I don't have a problem with that. We can fix that. Corbett is solid. Once he came back, he was solid as a rock. So I think you build around those two.
So
that's your foundation.
And you're saying look mainly to the draft for wide receiver?
Draft and free agency, yes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. We can, and I want one wide receiver drafted this year. I want one drafted next year as well. That's what I'm looking for. We're not going to solve this in the first year with just a couple of free agent pickups and a draft pick. That's not going to happen. This is to survive the 2024 season.
Yeah, but as long as it's pushing forward, even if it's a little bit.
Yes.
Progress is progress.
The goal here is survival in 2024 and not ending up right where we were before. I see 4 to 5 wins coming up this next season, even with the pieces that we're going to be picking up at maximum in this plan. So it's not going to get solved in the first year. Don't expect results on the scoreboard or the win-loss column, to be majorly impacted going forward. Not until the second year. That's when you should expect that. But as far as development of players in the first year, yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Look for the stats to go up. Look for the technical skills to go up. The footwork, the technique, the hands, the footwork, everything. Small details is what we're focused on this year. Develop and build a foundation.
Again,
set the tone for what everybody else that's coming into Carolina will be following.
Again, you never know what may happen. I mean, look what happened with San Fran and Wilkes is gone. So you never know what people might do. You never know.
I'm looking at what some of these teams might do in the offseason. I'm looking at, are they going to implode or are they going to stay stable?
Right.
Washington is imploding. That's a win coming up. Because Eric Bieniemy is not going to stay there in Washington. Which gives us a very, very good shot at Curtis Samuel. They're going to be wanting to cut ties with some players to save some cap room and rebuild in Washington. This is a prime opportunity to go get Curtis Samuel back. Who is
Jeffrey
a good fit.
Welcome to the stream. Good to see you.
He's an excellent fit for the West Coast. I've been using him with the West Coast power run in the slot, and he's been very, very successful. And you could also put him out for deep passes as well. So it all depends on what you want to do with him. Of course, my West Coast power run offense is quite different from what Canales is probably going to run. And that's okay. It's still West Coast offense. And you can still get a lot of use out of Curtis Samuel. You could maximize his potential here in Carolina. I do believe that. So if you want to do that and maybe a $5 million contract for 1 year with McCole Hardman and re-sign his contract, afterwards later on, once you've used him for that 1 year, once we got more money, I'd be down for that. It all depends on how McCole Hardman fits with this offense. If he doesn't fit, then you've only wasted 5. And that's the thing. We're drafting a wide receiver to replace him anyway. At that point. But if he does fit and we do find a home for him, okay, let's extend his contract. When we got more money. Mm-hmm. Curtis Samuel, of course, we're going to be extending the contract of once he fits with this offense. So it'd be a 2 to 3 year deal, at the end of that. In 2025 when we got more money. We're going to be looking to keep him here in Carolina. We're not letting him out of Carolina again. That's not happening again. Once we get him back, that's it. I want him to retire a Panther.
Would be nice.
Doggone it. Some of these guys, I want them to stay here and not go anywhere. So, let's kind of go down that list of wide receiver free agents, and I'll tell you my thoughts on each one, and I'll explain why I do and do not want said wide receiver.
Like the list in general, or the ones that I had mentioned, or just the list in general?
The list in general.
Okay.
And just let's go one by one, and I'll explain why these names are doable or not doable. And keep in mind, we are rolling with $30 million plus whatever that restructure money amount is.
Okay. First up, Mike Evans.
Mike Evans is going to be the primary target of Canales. But here's the problem with that. He's going to want money. We're going to have to overpay him if we want to keep it, if we want to bring him in here.
His calculated market value is $23.8 million.
All right, so let's say we happen to get 20 more million out of those restructures. Let's say we managed to squeeze that out of those. That's still risky, though, considering the re-signings that we still have to do to ensure that we keep the players that we have to keep. That's very risky. You're going to have to overpay this dude just to get him in here, because everybody's going to want him. There's a massive bidding war that's going to hit the free agent market once this guy goes out. You're looking at 4 to 5 teams at least.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's gonna have eyes on him for sure.
And whatever team decides they want him the most is gonna say, I could pay you X amount of dollars, versus what Carolina could pay you. Who do you think he's gonna choose?
Well, not only that, there's also the idea of him getting on a contender.
Mm-hmm. And if that team happens to be a contender, who do you think he's going to choose once he sees those dollar signs and that contender status? That man wants a ring.
Or another one, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. He wants another ring. He's not going to settle for anything less. He wants to win right now. His championship clock is ticking. His second championship clock is ticking.
Yeah, and he is 30. As
Steve Smith says.
Okay. Odell Beckham Jr.
Nope, don't want him. Nope. I do not want that toxicity in our locker room. Nope.
Okay.
I don't think you have a shot at Mike Evans. I'm just going to be real with you. I don't think it's possible. I know how much Canales is going to want this, but I just don't see it. cap room wise. Now, if we had more money next year, I'd say go ahead, green light, because we got the money. We're gonna have a lot less people to pay next year. But this year, no. I wish, but no. That's gonna upset some people, I know, and guys, you have to look at what's doable. You can't just say, "Oh, there's a money tree in the backyard of Carolina Bank of America Stadium," to where they're just pulling millions of dollars out of this tree and saying, "Oh yeah, now we have the money to pay for Mike Evans." That's not how this works.
Overall, my big hope is us not having the 32nd ranked offense by the end of next season. That cannot happen again.
Yeah, it won't. It won't. We'll be 20s range or slightly above.
Yeah, I'm
if
not
we
saying
get the
we
right
gotta
people.
be at. I'm not saying that we're gonna end up being in the top 15.
Oh yeah, we'll upgrade. We'll upgrade in the stats. You don't have to worry about that. But it's not going to lead to wins in 2024. That's the only thing. And yes, people are going to say what they're going to say about Canales because of that. Let them say what they're going to say. Because this is year one of the building process under Canales. You're building the foundation. Let them complain. Let them say whatever they're going to say. Let them get it off their chest. Fine with me. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to say anything in people's chats. I'm just going to leave it be.
The dude seems very hyped so far. That's what I
the difference between this coming season and the past 7 seasons is because Canales actually has a plan. He actually knows what he's doing. Matt Rule did not have a plan. Ron Rivera did not have a plan. You know, Frank had zero plan at all. That's the difference. And that's why I'm willing to put up with a year of just building a foundation. I can wait. I'm patient like that. Some of y'all may not be, but I'm patient. I'm willing to sit on a 6-win season in order to get where we want to go. You know? A lot of people are going to get pissed off, and that's just the way that's going to be. You know, I feel for y'all, but that instant gratification stuff does not work in real life, guys. It doesn't work. This is a marathon, not a sprint. I've been saying that since day one when we've been trying to rebuild this team. You got to be willing to not put all your energy into that first quarter. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not going to survive until the end. We've tried this already. We've watched teams try it over and over and over again and fail. It's got to be a marathon. In order to do it right. In order to end up like the Chiefs.
Which they have a dynasty.
Exactly. You want to get there, you know how to get there.
So you said no to OBJ.
No to OBJ. Hell no. Excuse my language, but hell no.
Curtis Samuel.
Yes. I've already explained the reasons why. Curtis Samuel's a good fit.
Tyler
you won't have to overpay for him either, because I see maybe 2 teams jumping in the race for Curtis Samuel. I don't see Washington re-signing him back.
His projected market value is $11.5 million.
I think he'll sign with somebody for a little bit less than that, maybe 9. And I think if we're willing to offer him 10, we'll be the winner.
Okay. Tyler
10
Boyd.
is doable.
Okay. Tyler Boyd.
Tyler Boyd, that remains to be seen whether he is a good fit for this offense or not. You know, for the West Coast. I don't know what system he actually runs properly.
He's over there in Cincy.
What's his niche? System.
Yeah. He's over in Cincy, and I'm not really sure because I
What are they
mean,
running over there?
I have no idea. I mean, my whole thing is you gotta remember what Joe Burrow, like the most recent pay pay bump that he got. Plus, I'm sure
Mm-hmm.
they're gonna want to try to extend Jamar Chase at some point. They got Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins, Joe Mixon. I mean, that's a lot of
It's a
guys that they gotta.
50-50 on T. Higgins whether they re-sign him or not.
Right.
And I would love to have T. Higgins, but the cap hit though would be substantial. There's going to be two or three teams interested in that one that are major contenders
Mm-hmm.
that are maybe a wide receiver away from completing their offense. Like Baltimore that got stuck, in the playoffs, but just needed one more wide receiver, just one more, and they can push that glass ceiling. So it's going to be teams like that. Maybe Houston would probably be interested too.
Um. Let's see. So yeah, Tyler Boyd's an interesting one. A little bit older than Curtis Samuel, but not by
Another
too
thing to
much.
consider is what are you doing with these wide receivers? What that you sign? Are you putting them in slot? Are you putting them, for deep routes? What are you doing with them? You got to have a plan before you sign somebody.
Cedric Wilson.
I must confess I don't know much about him.
He played for Miami.
That's probably
Me,
why.
me neither. I mean, it's definitely not a name that really screams at me.
Right.
So, um, Kendrick Bourne from New England.
New England was just in a situation where they just had no clue what they were doing, no plan. They couldn't even figure out what quarterback they were going to use, much less what their plan was offensively.
Yeah, sounds like they've.
So,
I guess they're pretty
yeah.
much done with the Mac Jones train. Um, well, DJ Chark.
Nope. Toss him. He goes to the Wolves. He was never a good fit. He's not going to be a fit for the West Coast either.
Jamal Agnew from Jacksonville.
That's a name that caught my attention. I like Agnew. The problem is Jacksonville is going to be looking to re-sign these people. They're going to be looking to re-sign Ridley and Agnew. Depending on how much cap space they have, they may get both before free agency even starts in March. They're definitely going to try to re-sign Ridley. Failing that, Agnew would be next.
I think the thing with Agnew is, I mean, he has yet to play a full season, and his numbers aren't great, to be honest with you. I mean,
yeah.
But he's played on some good teams. That's the thing, though. Like, especially with Jacksonville. So I mean,
I like Agnew. I was very successful with him when I was using him with my Madden West Coast. I had him in slot.
So he is a familiar name to you.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
I had him in slot, and I was using him in that way. But he was more of a third or fourth wide receiver for me because I had so many better ones that I was trying out.
Paris Campbell from the Giants.
Pass.
Okay. I already know what your answer is going to be to this. Mecole Hardman.
Yes. But only for 1 year for this year.
Only for 1 year?
If we find a good fit for him, then we extend him. If we don't find a good fit for him, we've only wasted $5 million.
Okay.
And that way, you're spending about $15 million on Mecole Hardman and Curtis Samuel. That's a good 2 wide receiver set. Plus your draft pick of a 1 wide receiver is 3. That's half your wide receiver core right there. Set up. Plus you've got TMJ already. And who else do we have already on that wide receiver core? Remind me.
Mingo. We still got
Mingo's
Thielen,
trash. Toss him.
Unless Thielen decides he wants out.
Thielen's
Other
going to
than
stay. All right, so we've got Thielen, we've got TMJ already, so that's 5 wide receivers. Mingo won't even get used. I say that man gets tossed as soon as his contract's up. We're not going to find a use for him. I hate it, and I hate to say this, but that was a wasted draft pick. But much love to Steve Smith, for recommending him, and I love that, but if we don't find a way to develop him in 1 year, he's gone. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is.
Okay. The Raleigh, North Carolina native, Braxton Berrios from Miami.
This dude got my attention when he started racking up a ton of fantasy points 2 or 3 years ago with the Jets. And it caught my eye.
Well, my brother coached him in Little League, so.
I don't know that he fits with the West Coast, but I'm not sure where he fits, to be honest with you.
Well, here's the thing. He's known mainly for special teams. He's a speedy guy, only 5'9", 190 pounds. He's a speedy guy.
He can catch. I'd have him as a slot guy, to be honest. If he was going in my offense, he'd be a slot guy.
Mm-hmm.
Because I need, for the West Coast that I run, I like to have fast, speedy guys that can release off the line well, can catch really well, in about 95% of the situations, even in traffic. You got to be able to catch it, because some of my wide receivers get put in some really bad situations where they'll be in some really rough traffic. So you got to be able to catch that ball and hang on to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't see Berrios being one of those people. To me,
to be honest,
yeah, he's fast. Yeah, he can can catch up to a certain point, but it's not enough for me.
To be honest, the most I really see him like overall punt or kick returner.
Marcos Cash actually mentioned in my chat, we don't need Curtis Samuel. We already have a gadget type player in ISM. Well, we don't even know what ISM is actually capable of doing yet. We've tried him out briefly, but we don't know that he is a gadget player.
Well, actually, I'm gonna have to disagree.
In the terms of what a gadget player is considered.
We did see a little more of that near the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not completely hidden. It's not completely hidden.
Right. But with Curtis Samuel, you'd be getting the deep ball as well. That's the difference. And with ISM, you're not getting the deep ball. You're just getting a gadget type screen guy, sweet play guy, just trick play guy. And that's not what we're really looking for. We can develop ISM to be more than that. But for now, we need somebody that can do all that stuff, though, that ISM can't do.
He is a younger body as well. He is a younger body at age 24.
I definitely want to experiment with ISM a lot more. I want to keep him for 2024.
Okay. Let's see. Jaheim Grant from Cleveland. Or Jakeem Grant.
Nah.
Okay.
Doesn't fit what we're looking for.
Nelson Aguilar, Baltimore.
That's a name that came up quite a bit for me. He would be a good fit for the West Coast. He's a fast, speedy guy. He can catch the ball. He can do what you're looking to do. But how much are you willing to pay him? And see, therein lies the problem. If it's more than the $5 million that you're already looking to pay Hardman, then that's a no.
Well,
we got to save money.
I remember his last season with Philly, he had injury woes, but looking at what he's done afterwards with the Raiders and New England. I mean, he has been able to stay
Yeah.
healthy since. So,
Yeah.
well,
He would be target number 2 for me if you can't get Hardman.
actually, his best season was with the Raiders. He almost hit 1,000 yards receiving, and matched his career touchdowns just like he did in his third year at Philly. So, I mean, potential is there.
I think if you develop him correctly, he could be a major, major weapon for this offense. The key is developing him. And, if you're willing to pay a little bit more than you're willing to pay Hardman, then it's a yes for me. If we can't get Hardman as our second wide receiver out of this free agent pool, then yes, he would be my second option.
Okay.
Because you're looking at maybe, what, $7-8 million for Aguilar?
So his market value is 1.5 million average salary.
What?
Yeah, according to Spot Track, 1.5
For
million.
how long? For how long?
Average annual salary market value is 1.5 million.
What was his last contract?
Let's see.
You got my attention.
It was a 1 year, $3 million contract with a base salary of 1,165,500.
Ooh.
So so he would be affordable.
So we're looking at 4 to 5 million on this next contract for a $1 million deal, for a 1 year deal. That's what we're looking at, because those numbers always inflate to the next level up. When you're talking about contracts. This is interesting. Wow. Okay, yeah, definitely a solid second option if you can't get Hardman. I'm down for that. Yeah. Put him on the board.
Okay.
I still favor Hardman because I see what he's capable of doing. Because he checks all the boxes for me as a second or third wide receiver.
All right. Let's see. Josh Reynolds, Detroit.
There might be one or two teams interested in him. You might have to pay up for him.
His market value, seven mil.
Mm-hmm.
Average annual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's gonna cost.
You're gonna have to overpay a little bit to get him here, unfortunately. But I do like his skills. I like his skill set. It does match mostly what we're looking for, but not a total match.
Yeah, he was on a 2 year, $6 million contract.
Yeah, it's not a complete match though, to what we're looking for on the West Coast. But does he have that fast speed? Can he catch? Yes. He does check those boxes.
Okay. Randall Cobb.
Randall Cobb is one of those wide receivers that worked with Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
And I do like him. I've been wanting to experiment with him with my West Coast offense to see how he does. I don't know if he's the right fit or not, to be honest with you.
My thing with Randall Cobb, he's 33. He would be.
He's the age.
Yeah, and
how much of that speed does he still have left?
He's only had 1,000 yards receiving once in his career, which was, of course, with Green Bay. But
and that's with Aaron Rodgers. So, but again, they had like 2 or 3 other weapons to choose from up there too. So Rodgers had his choice.
And when you think about it, we already have that veteran presence in Thielen.
So essentially, you're doing with another Mecole Hardman, really. I'm
what?
where he would end up like as a second or third choice because of his skill set and the numbers he was putting up.
Yeah, it's just
That's going to be a huge question mark for me, and it's too much of a risk for that amount of money. I'm going to have to say no. And the age. I'm going to have to say no because I don't know how much he has left in the tank.
yeah, and like
we
I
need
said,
somebody that can last 3 to 4 years. You know what I mean?
And we already have that. We already have that veteran presence in Phelan. Marquise Brown, aka Hollywood Brown.
I'm interested, but how much money?
All right, let's take a look at his market value.
And I feel like we've been neglecting the chat, so after this list, we'll go through the chats.
14.8 million average salary.
I apologize, everybody. How much was it again?
14.8 million.
Too much.
Average. He was on a 4-year, $11 million contract.
Nope, too much.
Not only that, he has had injury woes.
Yeah, that's an immediate no.
So,
no. Too much money.
Yeah, that and he would cost probably more than necessary. But
I like his skill set, but the money is not there. Nope.
Yeah, and just like I said, the injury woes.
Next.
Okay, next. Let me see. Oh, this thing is. Oh, what the heck? Did it freeze? Oh, here we go. Next, Calvin Ridley.
Jags are going to re-sign him. He'll be off the board before March even hits.
Calculated market value 17 mil.
Yeah, Jags will re-sign him for cheaper. He won't even be there. I hate to say it, but the chances are very, very, very high of a re-sign. I just don't see it. Jags like what they're doing on offense. They're not going to be willing to pass that up if they've got the money in the cap space to do it. Currently, the Jags are, let's see, where are they? Let me look. Jags. We are looking at 11.2 currently in cap space, but that's before any moves are made.
Mm-hmm. But you got to give it up to Ridley. He's had quite a resurgence since coming to Jacksonville, especially
they're
after
going
he
to be
served
restructuring Christian Kirk, Brandon Sheriff, and Alukin.
Josh Allen. Don't forget they also got Josh Allen. They're going to definitely want to.
They've got 4 players in the 21,000 range. And that's before you even get down to Forunso. And Rashawn Jenkins.
What's the Josh Allen salary?
Josh Allen, I am looking. I'm going to be honest, I don't see him yet.
Here, I got you.
Yeah, I don't see him.
I got you covered. So actually, he will be an unrestricted free agent. He was on a 4-year.
Oh, okay.
He was on a 4-year, $22 million. Oh yeah, they're definitely. I would be shocked if they didn't make him a first priority. But
yeah,
he had a $22 million contract. And he just completed his 5th-year option.
Yeah, so they're going to want to put some money into him. Okay, that brings the resigning possibility of Calvin Ridley down to 75%. Which is still really, really high. they're not going to want to give him up. They're going to want to lock him in for 3 to 4 years and save some cap room doing it. And failing that, they're going to go for the other wide receiver, which is Agnew.
Jamal Agnew.
Yeah. So one of those two is going to get re-signed. It's just a matter of how much cap space are they willing to contribute, versus how much are these players going to want. Agnew is definitely going to be cheaper. You're going to get him, on a fair deal.
Okay. Let's see. Matthew Slater, New England.
I like Slater. I think he's got some potential.
My only thing is he's 38.
Yeah, slot receiver at this point would be where I would put him in a West Coast at that age. We're looking for a little bit more than a slot receiver at this point. We're looking for somebody that replaces DJ Chark.
Okay.
And possibly Laviska. Because I forgot about Laviska.
How about Noah Brown, Houston? Something tells me they're probably going to re-sign him.
Probably, yes.
I mean, the combo of him and Tank Dell did wonders. So, but I mean, hey, he did pretty well with Houston, especially won a playoff game. Mac Hollins, Atlanta.
Pass.
Okay. T. Higgins, Cincy.
So with T. Higgins, like I said earlier, this man is going to get a few offers from competitive teams that are just a wide receiver away from breaking that glass ceiling and getting into the playoffs, or beating playoff teams. So he's going to go to a competitive team. So it's just going to be a matter of how much are they willing to pay him. And it's going to be out of our range.
His market value,
even with restructuring,
his market value is about $18.6 million average salary.
Too much.
And then the contract that he had with Cincy, that was a 4-year, $8,686,000 contract.
This is exactly why I keep saying draft Clemson players under Dabo Swinney. Don't pick them up in free agency. Draft them.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was a Clemson guy. Yeah.
Draft any Clemson players before they hit the free agent market, because once they hit that free agent market, they get out of those rookie contracts, they're going to be worth a fortune. If they've got any talent whatsoever. Even in their pinky finger. You got to draft them if you want them. And this management has failed to draft any of these guys. You continuously make that same mistake. And Clemson continuously puts out star wide receivers and star players. That's what I keep saying. If you're not willing to draft them, then don't bother with them.
Yeah. I think this next one is probably going to get re-signed as well. Michael Pittman Jr., Indy.
Oh, yeah. They'll re-sign him.
Yeah, like he had a beast of a year.
He won't make it to March.
Yeah, 22.7.
No way he makes it to March.
Market value. Just played in a Super Bowl. Ray McLeod.
Ooh, he's a return man though. That's the only thing.
We've had him before.
That's the thing though. Ray was actually put into wide receiver routes in the Super Bowl for San Francisco, and that's why I kind of like it. But what's his market value?
Ray's market. It doesn't say actually.
I would be interested if it's a fair price.
He
I'd
was
put him
coming
up
off
on the board if it's a fair price.
he was coming off a 2-year, $4 million contract with the Niners.
2 year. That means $2 million a year.
Yep.
Are we looking
Average
for a return man and possibly like a light slot man? If we're looking for that for this offense, then deal.
yeah,
Done deal.
I mean, unless they're planning on bringing back ISM. I mean, who did have a punt return touchdown for us? So
True. Is Ray Ray an upgrade of ISM? Yes. Are you willing to pay a little bit more for a Ray Ray McLeod than an ISM? Sure. But how are you using him in the offense? That's the major question of how much are we willing to pay him for his worth.
And he is a little bit older, just a little bit older.
Nah, the age doesn't matter with him right now. It's a matter of his talents.
Right. Next up, Laviska Shenault.
I'd say Ray Ray goes on the board. Sure, he'd be a third option behind McCole Hardman.
Okay. Laviska Shenault.
That's a tough one for me. He's one of those guys that we're probably looking to replace.
I think so too, to be honest with you.
I don't see him fitting in a West Coast, to be real with you. He'd be more of a return man for me.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, due to his market value, what's his market value?
Doesn't say, but I mean, originally
I'm leaning towards no on that one.
Because we had got him in a trade, and originally when he was with Jacksonville, it was a 4-year, $7.6 million contract.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. Ugh. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. Valuation. Let's see. Ooh. Average per year 1.9. Is basically what he became. And I'm going to say no.
Okay. Trent Sherfield, Buffalo.
I have no idea who that even is. Pass.
It's not a name that I recognize either. Okay. Marquise Goodwin, Cleveland.
Pass.
Okay.
I've seen him, don't like him.
Okay. Chase Claypool, Miami.
Chase displays some of the skills that we're looking for, but not enough. He's not quick enough to run this type of offense. He does have hands. I will give him that. But he's not quick enough to run this type of offense. Not that we're trying to run.
Okay. DeAndre Carter, Raiders.
No.
Okay. Van Jefferson, Atlanta.
Pass. He's been floating around for way too long.
Okay. Chris Moore, Tennessee.
Nah.
Okay. Sterling Shepard, Giants.
Too old.
Wait, he's only 31. Still too old for you?
Too old. He's lost most of his speed.
Okay, interesting.
It's not the same guy he was.
Nick Westbrook, Tennessee.
Nah, pass on anybody from Tennessee, really. Just not a fan of anyone from Tennessee. Those any weapons they had in Tennessee were just not enough to get them anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't make them work in Tennessee, you're not going to make them work here.
Right, right. Next up, another speedy guy, but had his best years with Atlanta, and I'm hoping to say his name correctly, but he's with Philly. Um, Olamide Zacchaeus.
I think I've heard that name before.
Yeah, he used to play for Atlanta.
Vaguely, I've heard that name. But he didn't make much of an impact in Atlanta. Otherwise, I would know who he is.
Ooh, he did improve his numbers little by little through his 4 years in Atlanta. Just a little by little. And he's been healthy. But the thing is, 5'8", 193 pounds, he's a small guy, very small guy.
I don't mind small guys, but you know, the smaller guys would fit more into the slot rather than the medium and deeper passes. For me, as far as the West Coast, so I just don't. Unless you're making him run deep routes, then I just don't see it. If you make him run slants, he's gonna get beaten the heck up with his size. I don't like that. I'm gonna have to say no.
Okay. Brandon Powell, Minnesota.
Don't know who he is.
Okay.
Pass.
Let's see. Richie James, Kansas City.
This is another one of those guys that Kansas City had way too many weapons, so they had to clear some cap space and let go of. And it remains to be seen how much abilities that James actually has, because we haven't seen much of them in Kansas City, actually on the field, because they have so many weapons.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no way to really get a gauge on him. I'd have to watch him during preseason to get a good gauge on him.
Gotcha. Scotty Miller, Atlanta.
I don't think he really did too much with Atlanta.
No, not really.
I would have known about him if he did.
Jalen Guyton, Chargers.
He's not a name that pops up into my brain when I think of Chargers wide receivers.
Same.
So he must have been on the lower part of the list.
Okay. Isaiah McKenzie, Indy.
I'm not looking for people from Indy really, unless it's a big name like a T.Y. Hilton or something like that. You know, it's just not. It's not feasible for me.
Okay. Kadero Hodge, Atlanta.
Another one I don't know.
He's done a little something with Atlanta. He's played in all 17 games. He's done a little something. Okay. Just a little. Equinemius St. Brown, Chicago.
Okay, St. Brown I'm actually familiar with. I'm gonna have to say pass, because if you can't get anything out of him with the Chicago Bears, then he's probably not gonna be a good fit here.
Okay.
But
Chris
again,
Conley.
you've got Justin Fields throwing to him, so you're not gonna find out who these guys are anyway up there.
Fair enough. Chris Conley, San Fran.
Conley, you said.
Yeah, not a name I recognize, to be honest with you.
Me neither. He's probably so buried on that depth chart you don't even.
Yeah. I'd have to agree with you.
Mm.
Um, Demarcus Robinson, Rams.
He was on that Super Bowl team, wasn't he?
I believe he was. Um,
He was
it's
so
a
buried on
familiar
that
name.
depth chart, though, that his name is recognizable.
Actually, no, he was not.
Oh.
He was with Kansas City.
Oh.
So he
That's
was with
why I recognize his name. Okay.
He was with Kansas City for 5 years, then one with Baltimore, then recently with the Rams.
Yeah, this dude's been floating around.
Yeah, 6'1", 203 pounds, 29 years old, out of Florida. Fourth round draft pick.
Slightly interested?
His numbers aren't that bad. I mean, he's
Slightly
been healthy.
interested.
He's actually stayed healthy throughout his career. I mean, has 20 total touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's been healthy.
What's his market value?
Let's find out.
I'm not looking for a guy that's just going to sit there for 1 year, though. I want somebody that's going to be there for 2 to 3.
So his last contract was a 1 year, $1,165,000 deal with the Rams. So about
wow,
an average annual salary of 1.1 or $1.2 million. I mean,
that's a 50-50 for me right there, whether you throw him up on the board or not.
I mean, I think it's one of those don't expect spectacular numbers, but
I don't want a 1 year guy though.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So, unless it's McCole Hardman, then yes. In that situation, but if it's not a McCole Hardman and it's not a Agnew situation, then no.
I see.
Not even for 2. You know, that's just he's been floating around too much.
So you're 50-50 on him.
Yeah, that's on the bubble right there.
Okay.
Maybe.
Jamison Crowder, Washington.
Ooh, Crowder's one of those interesting players that comes out of New York. That has kept my eye for a while now.
Yep, played at Duke.
I think he could attract a couple of teams' attention. But what are they going to do with him?
So his best years were early years with Washington and his first 2 years with the Jets.
He's more known for the time when he was with the Jets.
True. Speedy guy, 5'9", 177 pounds. He's 30.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, can we get that type of production out of him? To this point, because he's kind of fallen off a little bit, especially in Buffalo, and not so great numbers with Washington this second stint. So
if you can't get anything out of him in Buffalo and Washington, then I gotta say no. Because that's where his value is going to be shown. Mm-hmm. Is in those 2 places. Not in New York, not in, that's not, New York's been known to misuse their players, so he came in there right before that new GM came in there in New York. So, they did not get the most out of him.
Although recently, I will give the Jets a little bit of credit in how they've been able to mold Sauce Gardner and what was the offensive that wide receiver.
And that's that new GM and the new developmental staff that they've got up in New York now. Because they actually know what they're doing in the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. So it's a start. It's a start.
Yeah.
Um. Okay. Alex Erickson, Chargers.
I
We've had him
see
before.
something possibly there, but
Oh, we've had him before.
yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Laquan Treadwell, Baltimore.
I have no idea who that dude is. Nope.
Name sounds familiar, but that's about it. Um. Here's another. Devin Duvernay, Baltimore.
Again, don't know who he is.
Dang, Baltimore's got a handful of receiver free agents. Goodness gracious, those two,
Mm-hmm.
Odell Beckham. Dang. Um, Miles Boykin, Pittsburgh,
Boykin's a name I recognize. How old is he now?
27.
Mm, they might resign him as a depth piece.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Um, Byron Pringle, Washington.
This is an interesting one because he was with the Chiefs wide receiver core
Oh, starting out.
on one of their Super Bowl squads. Yeah, Pringle, I do recognize that name.
Okay.
Um, although I don't know what he's properly capable of doing. Again, that's another victim of that wide receiver cap room cut,
Mm-hmm.
with the Chiefs because they had too many wide receivers.
Yeah. Um, let's see. Where are we? Trent Taylor, Chicago.
Pass.
Okay. River Craft, Miami.
Pass. So buried on that wide receiver core, you don't even find him.
Okay. Greg Dortch, Arizona.
Passed on Arizona players.
Okay. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Ugh.
Yeah,
Jalen Rager, New England.
that is an interesting one.
I mean, young guy, only 25, but
Wasn't he? Didn't the Jags originally have a piece of him as well?
nah, Philly, Minnesota.
Ah, that's where I recognize that name from. Okay. Oh,
Yeah, he's kind of fallen off after leaving Philly.
the most you're gonna get out of him is a slot position. Pass.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Gunnar Olszewski, Giants.
Nope.
James Prosh, Cleveland.
That's a name that comes up a lot. Actually, I've been following his career. Um,
Interesting.
what's his market value?
Uh, let's see. It was. I mean, he had a 1 year, $1 million contract with the Browns.
Hmm.
He's only 27 years old.
I'm interested.
Okay.
I see enough there that he's worth more than the 1 million, in my opinion.
Interesting.
But you got to develop him properly in order to get your market value out of him.
Okay. Up, a familiar name. Keith Kirkwood, Saints.
Remind me again, wasn't he the one that ended up in the getting hurt in the training camp for us?
Yeah, he's had much injury woes when he was with us, but has been able to play and get through that since going to the Saints.
Okay, so Keith Kirkwood, just to remind people, this was the guy that PJ Walker threw like a hospital pass that was like way above his head. So he goes up laterally for this ball, and I was there that day. And he goes way up, tries to catch it, and put his body at risk, which led to a major rib injury, I believe it was. And he got hit hard by one of our players. And the coaches were just all up in arms saying, don't do that again. Don't, you know. And it was bad. And that's the same year, 2021, I believe it was, when PJ started throwing us hospital balls when he was not previously doing that before. And that's exactly what I was afraid was going to happen. So I thought maybe watching him when he was healthy that he may have had something there, but he would have just barely made the practice squad during that time period. He's improved since then, and been developed properly since then. Shoot. I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Jawan Winfrey, Indy.
No.
Okay. Gabriel Davis, Buffalo.
How far deep into the Buffalo depth chart was he? Because that's a name I don't recognize immediately.
So, actually, let me pull him up because if I remember, he did a little something with Buffalo. Let's
Third
see.
string? Third string, fourth string?
Yeah, but he's actually done a little something. This season, played in all 17 games, 45 catches, 746 yards, 7 touchdowns. Actually, you know what? He's got decent numbers. 6'2", 210 pounds, only 24 years old. He's actually got decent numbers.
What's his market value?
His market value, let's see. With Buffalo, he had a 4-year, $3.9 million contract.
Not bad.
Market value is estimated to about a $13.6 million for average annual salary. So I could kind of understand why he may have went up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, another thing is, how would he fit with this offense? Where would he fit? And that I've got question marks about. I think we've gone far enough into this wide receiver list, unless there's any big names that I should know about.
There's the only 4 remaining that I guess I'll just mention.
Yeah, just go ahead and throw them out there.
Okay, one, he just played in the Super Bowl, Jawan Jennings, San Fran. He was the one that threw the touchdown pass to Christian McCaffrey.
His value is going to go up because of that right there.
The other one was, Emir Smith-Marset, Carolina.
Sign him.
Okay.
I want him.
And the only other 2, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Detroit.
Ooh. Now you got my attention. What's his market value?
Donovan Peoples-Jones, $2.7 million.
Interesting. Really?
Uh-huh.
What was his last contract?
Let's see. He is on. So he was on a 4-year, $3.4 million contract. First 3 years was with the Browns, then moved to Detroit Lions. I do remember he was used heavily. He was used heavily in the return game, but in Cleveland, his best year was his 3rd year, where he had almost 1,000 yards receiving, had 839 yards, had 61 receptions. 61 receptions. So, I mean, he was healthy that year. 6'2", 212 pounds. He was a Wolverine. I mean, a healthy DPJ. I mean, that was only 2 years ago that he had those stats. So,
Hardman, you got some competition now. This dude's my number 2 right option now.
And
that's very interesting.
And can also be used in the return game.
Very interesting. Necessary. I like it.
So I mean, he was a 6th round draft pick. To be honest, his early years with Cleveland, not bad for a 6th round draft pick. Not to mention be able to break out in 2022 with 61 catches, targeted 96 times for 839 yards.
I like it. He's on the board.
Dude, he probably wouldn't cost much to sign.
He's on the board. Yeah, wow. Put him on the board. Put him on the board. Mecole Hardman, you got some competition, buddy. That's a big name and for a nice contract.
I mean, calculated market value of 2.7 mil average annuals. That is not bad.
I like it. This dude's going to last 3 to 4 years, too. He's got the speed and the skills that we're looking for. He checks the boxes. Yep.
Yeah, and it's
Hardman, you got some competition.
And you can insert him into the offense and special teams. And he's only 20. He's only 24.
I like this one.
Okay.
He's on my radar now.
And then the last one, which is very interesting because they have him listed as wide receiver now, Stephen Sullivan, Carolina.
I like him. Resign him.
Well, I think he did get re-signed.
Yep.
Now that I think about it.
Yep,
yeah,
he did.
I think it's for one more year, but yeah.
Good.
And there you have it.
Good. That's what I want right there. I want a few more years out of Stephen Sullivan. I want to experiment with this guy. I see something there.
But dude, that DPJ, Donovan Peoples-Jones, that's starting to really be intriguing.
I agree. I definitely agree. Hardman, you got some competition. It depends on Hardman's market value after that Super Bowl catch.
Because I remember seeing his name pop up on like special teams stat list for Cleveland, but like
there's
diving into his actual
replacement right there.
But diving into his actual stats, dude has done well at wide receiver as well.
There's your LaVisca replacement right there. Boom.
I mean, chat. How do y'all feel about DPJ, Donovan Peoples-Jones?
How y'all feel on my end? You like him? We got Marcos Cash saying he would be a nice pickup. Yeah, and for like $2 million a year, heck yeah, we can afford that.
Yeah, And not to mention, like, what he's been able to do, and dude was a 6th-round draft
Yep.
pick.
Yep. Yep. It's going to be a matter of are you willing to sacrifice McCall Hardman for that, you know, and get $3 million back that you could put towards something else. Man, you just made this a very, very, very difficult choice for me, right there.
Because what stands out to me,
Mm-hmm.
like the most, those 61 catches.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the yards
Yep.
he had, awesome.
I've been watching him.
But the fact that he had 60 in his 3rd year, had 61 catches, like,
Yeah, that can't be ignored.
yeah. And that was when he had a full season. He
Mhm.
played a full season. And, you know, for 2023, he played 7 games with Cleveland, 8 with Detroit.
He's going to get overlooked too.
I think the only thing with Detroit, I think he was moved more to special teams because, I mean, they had Josh Reynolds, Amon-Ra St. Brown. They had quite a stack.
Do you think Detroit might pick him back up?
To be honest, ooh, well,
Is there a
see
possibility that he returns back to Detroit? Where was his last team?
But before Detroit, Cleveland. That's where he started out, was Cleveland.
Okay, so we're only doing with Detroit here. I don't see Cleveland picking him back up.
I mean, to be honest, you look at this wide receiver core for the Lions. I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams, Traquan Smith, Josh Reynolds.
Are they willing to put up that $2 million to re-sign him?
The only
because I don't see anybody picking him up in free agency. They're all going to overlook him because nobody's really looking for a special teams wide receiver. If they're looking for a special teams wide receiver and they see LaVisca out there, they're going to go after him before Donovan Peoples. I see that happening real quickly.
I mean, I'll say this: if the Lions just have no eyes on him, like going forward, I think Carolina should seriously lock at least an eyeball on him.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
At least.
I agree. He's on my radar heavily now. That's $2 million. We can afford that.
Yeah, if that's his estimated market value going into this next season, that's hard to ignore. That is hard to ignore.
Yep. Along with the Curtis Samuel, which you're getting for what, $10 million?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I see something building here. And Smith Marset. And then if you can get Hardman for a cheap $3 to $4 million, I see something building here.
Not only that,
not bad.
You could still develop him more because he's only 24. He still has a lot of room that he can be molded.
Right. If you can keep these wide receivers, spending wise, under $15 million, and as far as free agency wise, and you can go and pick up a wide receiver in the draft, which is part of your $10 million that you've already just set aside for that, out of your 40 total, then yeah, that's good work. This is doable. This is very doable.
And not
good
to mention,
find, buddy.
He was quite a decent threat in college with Michigan as a Wolverine.
Good find, Blitz. I'm proud of you for that one. Good find.
Appreciate it. But yeah.
We got something going here, folks. What do you guys think? You think that's the strat? going forward?
I think so because, like I said,
Yeah,
it doesn't
throw
it
some
doesn't
opinions
cost
up in
much.
chat. I want to hear what y'all got to say about this.
I mean, dude is cheap.
Yeah, I'm liking this. This would total up to about 13 by the time we're done with all this.
And
13 to 15.
let's also keep in mind. Let's refresh everybody. Steve Smith. What did he start off as? Special teams.
Good point.
And what ended up happening?
Mm-hmm.
Ended up being one of the Panthers, if not the greatest wide receiver to have ever played for the Carolina Panthers.
All right, so the reason I said 3 to 4 years is because these guys' market values will go up as they succeed here in Carolina with proper development. So the more that the longer they are here, the more that market value is going to go up. You know, so that next contract that they get, they're going to get paid. They're going to go up a level. So once they leave Carolina, you know, don't expect these guys to stay for too long, you know, unless we somehow manage to get a Super Bowl, and then by all means keep them.
And when you think about it, check this out. When you think about it, Carolina could market to him.
I don't
Okay,
see that happening.
we know you were just on a playoff team with the Detroit Lions, but what were you? You were mainly special teams. But looking at your tape and looking what you've been able to do in Cleveland and in the offense, we want to invest in that.
He's not just a special teamer, folks. If you're just valuing him as a special teamer for $2 million, you're underpaying him.
Because when you think about it, that offense was stacked.
And I'm counting on that.
You know? So, of course, that's probably the main reason we didn't get to see much of him in that Detroit offense. That wide receiver core was stacked.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean...
Sure was.
Hey, it's a risk I'm willing to take.
Agreed. I like his potential. I like his skills. I think he checks the boxes for what we're looking for this offense as well. He's got good release off the line. I've watched him. I'm familiar with this dude. Yes.
I mean,
that's a yes for me.
Third year, 6th round draft pick, and he racked up 61 for 800? Shoot.
That is Laviska's replacement right there. 100%. Sorry, Laviska. We love you, buddy, but it's time to move on. Greener pastures. As soon as we saw Donovan Peoples, your time's up. We're cutting some costs, too. We'll eat that dead cap. I'm cool with it.
Not to mention, dude's got a decent size. 6'2", 212 pounds?
Yep.
Shoot.
I'll eat that dead cap for Donovan Peoples. I will. Yep. That's a winner right there.
Hey, I'm down. I'm totally down.
Yeah. And when you do this, you have to think about, okay, what is doable within that $15 range, $15 million range? Because everything else has to go to re-signings and our needs. You know?
Right.
It has to go to offensive linemen. It has to go to defensive end. It has to go to that fourth corner, which we're going to draft anyway, probably. You know, so minus the corner position, we're drafting that. Minus the linebacker position, we're drafting that. Probably minus the defensive end because we're drafting that as well. Defensive tackle, I think we draft that too. Unless we can get that in a trade for Brian Burns.
I see.
But I would like to upgrade safety. I would like to do that. We don't necessarily have to do it this year, but I would like to do it. If we can upgrade it in the Burns trade, then so be it. Let's do it. But if we can't, then we can't. Don't worry about it. You know.
Okay.
Um.
I wanted to say before we get to the NFL honors and stuff like that, if you want to catch up on your chat,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
because
And
I
I
don't have any. I don't
apologize
have any.
for everybody that's been chatting in here because I've got a long list of messages here in the chat to go through, as I always do. I don't want to make it feel like you guys have been ignored. I love you guys, and I do value you. So it's just once
Yeah,
we got into that content, it was just gung ho. We really needed to talk about all that stuff. It was the
yeah.
major elephant in the room. So
But I don't have any new chats, so it's all you, bro.
okay. So I did already read this, but keep pounding if you're going through tough things in life. Face them. Keep pounding.
Hmm.
I live by that motto. It's very helpful. Keep pounding every day. Keep pounding for this team. Darkness doesn't last forever. David Screws. I completely agree. Yes, we will see light again with this team. We will. Stay hopeful, guys. Be patient. If we can
Yeah,
get through this
absolutely.
2024 season, we will find it again. I promise you. Be patient. Ignore all the hateful stuff that you hear on the internet. All right? Just because you don't see the results on the scoreboard or in the records, don't worry about it in 2024. Look at the development of the team. Look at the small things. That's what I'm trying to get people to watch. If they pay attention to that, you'll see the progress you're looking for. You'll see the light you're looking for. You'll find the optimism you're looking for. And I'm going to keep pushing that throughout the year. I'm going to push that narrative. People aren't going to want to hear it. They're going to push back. But I'm telling you, this is what we want. Be patient. Let the system run its course. And you would never catch me saying that, last year with Frank, after we found out there is no system. You would never hear me say that under Matt Rule, because we had no system there either. Big difference. That's the difference. We've got a plan and we've got an idea in place of what we want to do this time. So it's stay the course. That's our goal. 2024, stay the course. Build the foundation and stay the course. Those are our two main guidelines. Lock Poppy says, we got Blitzball back up in here. Nice.
Hey, hey.
Yes, sir. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody that's celebrating Valentine's Day today. Hope you guys have a wonderful one. Lock Poppy says, bro, your stream on the Super Bowl had me cracking up. My boy was lit. That is so true. Oh my god. I have never been that drunk ever. Oh my god. Never again.
I haven't since '08.
Oh my god. Normally I don't do this, but I just want to show you, after about half a dozen people at that party, this was what was left.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god. And I'm not a drinker at all. I want people to make sure that they don't get this twisted. I'm not a drinker at all. But when it comes to parties and stuff like that, I will, slightly indulge a little. Just to have some fun. But, it's a Super Bowl party. Come on. You gotta have some fun. People got bets going on. They got drinks flowing. Why not? Have a little bit of fun. Be safe with it, but,
Yeah, be responsible.
Yeah, be responsible. Be safe. But,
Yeah.
I knew I had a ride situation set up to where I wasn't driving, so I was safe to just do whatever I wanted to do there. But yeah, it was pretty fun. I was coherent enough to figure out what was going on and be able to react properly to certain plays that were going on and certain things that I wanted to point out. But yeah, I was loud, dude. Yeah. I needed it though. It's been a rough 2023.
I feel you.
David Screw says, I disagree with Wilkes getting fired again. Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I think we all do.
Yeah. Definitely preemptive, especially after playing in a freaking Super Bowl.
I mean, there's some people that are going to say, oh, that was racist that he got fired. And I'm like, no, they needed a scapegoat.
Yeah, that's pretty much all it comes down to.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling it is.
He was the unfortunate scapegoat.
You know, and he was the unfortunate scapegoat when he didn't get the job here in Carolina either. Because Tepper didn't know what the heck he was doing when he hired Frank. So, that's dude, the amount of times this dude has just been screwed over, I feel for the guy. When he's been doing nothing but everything right. You know, and that's, I think a lot of us can really identify with that in life. You know, where we do everything in life right and we still get screwed over. Yeah. It's just the way things are. Sometimes you just end up with the short end of the stick, man, and I feel for you, Steve. I got a lot of love for Steve right now. Black Poppy says Wilkes did a heck of a job in the Super Bowl. IMO.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. They would have never got to overtime if he hadn't done what he did. They had Mahomes rattled in some drives, especially when Dre Greenlaw was in the game. Yep, facts.
Yeah, held him to 19 points. You know, somebody that's a two-time MVP and a two-time Super Bowl champion. Just saying.
Yeah. Marcos Cash says, what up, Panther Nation? Step on the like button. That's right. Step on that like button, y'all.
Do it.
For both streams, step on that like button. Subscribe to my boy Blitz. It's Blitzball Champ if you haven't found his channel yet. If you're new here. Go give him a like and a sub.
Much appreciated.
And Bleeding Carolina Blue podcast as well. Give him a like and a sub. He's part of our channel.
Yes, indeed.
I'm not making it official on the last thing yet. You know what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I'm not making it official yet. Marcos Cash says, once again, Wilkes gets the trash end of the stick. Yep. Exactly what I just said.
Yep.
David Screw says it was old overtime rules. San Francisco would have won. True, actually. How old? When were the new overtime rules actually put in place?
I think it was for this season. It was either this season or last season. I think it was just.
What were those overtime rules? Just so everybody's aware.
So the overtime rules that were put into play, playoff style, is that both teams get a possession.
Mm-hmm.
Whether they get a field goal or a touchdown, both teams at least get a full possession. Now,
I like it.
The thing that it comes down to is if the first team, can't score like at least a field goal or a touchdown, then, the other team, when they get the possession, they score, they win. Mm-hmm. Whether it's a field goal or a touchdown. But if the first team that gets the ball scores a touchdown, the other team gets a chance to try to match that.
I like it.
And then it just goes back and forth. It's treated like an actual
college game.
Yeah.
It's like a college ruled game. Overtime rules. I like it, but I also don't like it at the same time because it's going to lead to several overtimes. Because I've watched some college games that went to like 7 overtimes, and I'm just like, this is ridiculous. This is going on way too long. Like, flip a
Yeah,
coin and just end it. You know what I mean?
it's just hard to do when it's
Yeah.
playoff
Both
time. That's
teams,
the only
both
thing.
teams deserve a win, but only one can win. Just flip a coin at that point. You get that far. It's just excessive. You know, nobody has like all freaking afternoon to watch a college football game when they want to watch something else. You know, some other game. You know, that's scheduled for another time.
But yeah, those are mainly the rules.
Yeah. So I mean, you can't really integrate the overtime rules for college into the NFL. It doesn't really work well. It doesn't mesh well. David Screw says Wilkes will needs to be a head coach. I agree. I agree at this point. He's earned it. Do you need anything else on your resume to prove that you deserve to try to go to that next level? I mean, he's won the games he was supposed to win, and it took L's where he had no other choice but to take L's when he was head coach for us, interim.
Yeah.
Plus, he just took that defense of San Francisco to the Super Bowl in 1 year.
Yep.
I mean, what more do you need to see at this point? The only way this man is going to improve his head coaching record is if he gets put in a head coaching role. He's shown everybody he has the intangibles to do it and the tools to do it in Carolina. I just don't see any reason why he should not be a head coach unless you just pull the Rooney Rule,
I think
which is garbage.
I think it's only a matter of time before the right type of team seriously invests in him.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know what team that's going to be, but we'll see.
Well, whichever team that is, I hope we don't have to face them. Cause
Right. Right. Get him out of the NFC. That would be great. Yeah, just not our division. Facts. As long as Clete Blakeman wasn't there as the referee, yeah, for the Super Bowl. Oh gosh, can you imagine? There was a little bit there where I was just like, okay, how much are the Chiefs paying this ref? Because he just kept going, flag, 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 flag against San Francisco. I'm like, okay, here we go again.
Yeah.
Like, how much are you paying him? But then they started balancing out, and I'm like, oh, all right, this is fair, because these flags were actually legitimate. Of course, I was kind of buzzed, so I was kind of out of it. So, impaired judgment there. Marcos Cash says, maybe you said this in a previous live. How do you feel about Matt Rule coming out and saying that he wanted Purdy and was vetoed? I think he's lying.
Like, it's funny he says that now.
I straight up think he's lying. Like, how are you going to come out to say that now? After this man was picked up as Mr. Irrelevant. So you're going to tell me you got a crystal ball and you can immediately figure out that Matt Rule is going to be picking up a future Super Bowl quarterback? Man, please, give me a break.
And there's no safe saying that we would have done right by him even if we did have him. I mean, as you can see from past history.
If you believe that, I've got some leprechaun gold to sell you. At half price. Come on, man. Like, there's just no way. There's no way you see that. No way. If you believe that, then you need to go pick up a Powerball lottery ticket today. Oh, God. Plus, he has a history of lying, too. I immediately just laughed and was just like, there's no way. There's no way he just made himself look like more of a clown and just said that. How embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like, can we just pull a Will Smith and just, like, get the Carolina Panthers name out your mouth? Like, we're done with you. You're in Nebraska now. Come on, man. Get out of here. Like, stop talking about us, man. You ain't been in the NFL for, what, 2 years? No one's talking about you, dude. Nobody cares about you in the NFL anymore. You're a washed up college coach now. Stick to what you're good at. College coaching. Or maybe just chucking some corn in Nebraska.
Dang.
I mean, just saying.
Well, at least you're being honest.
Whatever niche job that you're actually good at. Because it ain't head coaching, I can tell you that. Not in the NFL level. You ain't ready for that. Yeah, Lock Poppy says I was shocked by that, not gonna lie. I mean, honestly, I'm not. I kind of expected that, knowing Matt Rule and the way he is. David Screw says, yeah, I seen that. Rule needs to be let us go. He's like an ex that wants you back, but they're so horrible and idiotic you don't want them, period. Leave us alone, Matt. Or we're getting a restraining order on you, Matt, for harassment. You're a clown. You're a joke. Shut that mouth of yours. Dang.
Dang, he let it all out.
Let him know. Let him know, David. That's a fact, though. Okay, fellas. What do you want to do in the draft? I think it's a little early to talk about the draft, considering we still have to deal with free agency first. We've discussed kind of possibilities of what positions might get drafted briefly. But there's a lot of players to go through and a lot of information that needs to be processed in the months of March and April before we could really come up with anything concrete as far as what we want. Yeah, I don't even have a draft board set up yet. Not even warm-ups. I'm still learning about these players.
Mm-hmm. Understandable.
So it's too early. I want to deal with free agency first, and then see what's left over, and then we'll start looking at the draft. Does that sound fair? Because, like, we can't figure out what we want to do with the draft at all until we deal with free agency. It's like that massive elephant in the room. Once you take out the massive elephant in the room, then you can start dealing with the furniture. You know?
Right.
I know that's a weird reference, but, you know. It makes sense, I think. Maybe. Makes sense in my mind anyway. Mm-hmm. Marco Cash says, since Evero is coming back, Chin is on his way out. Yeah, I think there's a very good chance of that happening.
Yeah.
If you want to keep Chin, you got to determine, okay, are you putting him back in his natural position? How much are you paying him to be back at that natural position? And you would have to overpay him a little bit to incentivize him to stay.
Right.
Otherwise, he's not going to. All of those things have to line up, otherwise he's gone. So yeah, I'd say there's a 75% chance he's gone.
Ooh,
if Evero can't come up with a plan in the next couple of weeks, he's out. And I hate to say that because some other team's going to pick him up at safety and strictly put him at safety and make him a Pro Bowler immediately.
Oof.
They're not even going to waste time. This dude's going to get picked up by somebody.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure.
That knows what they're doing and knows exactly what they want and knows that he can fit the 4-3 or the 3-4 system. He won't be a linebacker, I can tell you that. David Screw says, not sure about that, Marcos. I am. I'm pretty doggone sure about that. Broski Bear says, Willis is a jerk. That's why he was fired again.
What?
Wilkes is a jerk? Really?
Why is he a jerk?
That's what I want to know. I don't know where you're coming from on that one, Broski, but nah. I don't see him as a jerk. Now, Matt Rule is a jerk. Let's not get it twisted. Matt Rule is a jerk. Frank is a jerk. But not Wilkes. No. I don't see it. Marcos Cash says, Chin doesn't fit Evero's 3-4 system. That's why you don't get much playing time, even when he was healthy. No, it's because we decided to put him at linebacker because we didn't draft a linebacker. I've been explaining this one to you, man. And if you just don't want to listen, then you don't want to listen. But I told you, this is the reason. Believe what you want to, though. Keep that paper bag on your head, man. You know, get you some noise canceling headphones if that's what you're feeling. But you know, that's what's really going on, though. I'm trying to open people's eyes, man. You can believe what you want to believe, people, but I'm just trying to help y'all out. David Screw says, he was in the Super Bowl and held the Chiefs down the entire game. I disagree. You talking about Wilkes. Yeah. Okay, 19 points for Patrick Mahomes is impressive. I agree.
Yeah, very impressive. This is
Yeah.
two-time MVP.
Yeah.
True.
Brooksy says, David, I'm not saying that he's a jerk. Wait. He says, David, I'm just saying he's a jerk. That's why he was fired. No, he was not. He was not a jerk.
What is he basing that off of?
I don't know. He says he has an attitude problem. He's on that pro-black stuff. He overdoes it. What pro-black stuff? What are you talking about, broski? You getting that from somebody else's stream. I guarantee it. Somebody else trying to feed you that stuff, man. That's some garbage.
Pro-black stuff? I don't even know what the heck
that comes from Big Cat's channel or Runks, I think. And they're on that pro-black or anti-racist stuff. And I'm like, nah, y'all gotta stop this. It ain't. Look, man. Just because he sued the league because of not being hired as a head coach, you know, and joining that movement, doesn't make him like on that pro-black stuff. I don't quote unquote. You know, y'all gotta stop this nonsense. Keep that to those channels, man. Don't bring that over here. Don't bring that over here. If y'all want to talk about the racial stuff, keep that to Big Cat's channel and Onk's channel. We don't want that here. Y'all could have those conversations all day long, but don't bring them over here. We base our stuff in facts, all right? In information that we receive. It ain't got nothing to do with race. And I'll say this once, and I'll say this only once. I don't care if the person is black, white, Chinese, Mexican, or whatever, or Korean. I don't care. As long as they do the job that they are paid to do.
Right.
That's what I care about.
That's what matters the most.
This is a business, and it is the NFL. It is for entertainment. Therefore, it has nothing to do with the skin color. You're either good or you're not. You either have the skills or you don't.
Yep. This is a business.
Now, certain cultures do have certain skill sets that they do favor. I will say that with racial cultures. That's fine. You you get blacks for speed, you know, and release time. Cool. That's what they're good at. You know, there's a history of that. You know, you get Puerto Ricans or maybe people like that are good at like catching the ball. You get people from like Argentina that are good kickers. You know, that used to play soccer over there. Cool. Use them for their niches. Whatever they're good at. But when you start bringing up race when it comes to, you know, whether you get a job or not, the Rooney Rule comes into play. Okay, and I'm not here to talk about that. Y'all could bring that up in other people's channels, but it ain't got nothing to do here with what we're doing here. Alright, so keep that to those other people's channels. We're here to uplift and succeed and push past those boundaries here. You know, we want all these players to do well. All these coaches to do well. No matter what their background, no matter where they come from. We're all inclusive here. We're all encouraging here. Unless it's Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, then I just don't give a crap.
Dang. Well, that's fair.
But otherwise, let's talk about it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I do not care for those two people whatsoever. But otherwise, all uplifting, all successful. Bring them in here. You know what I'm saying? If that's your goal. Marco says, there are reports stating that Shanahan and Wilkes didn't get along. I don't know if they're true, but they're out there if you want to look for them. Okay, where though? Yeah, that I'm interested in. That's something concrete we can actually talk about.
Yeah, didn't get along, but
that's something concrete we can actually talk about if it's real.
Wasn't able to get along, but they made it to the Super Bowl. That's
I'm not buying it.
That's
I'm not buying it.
That's interesting.
I'm not buying it, but if you got some concrete links for me, Marco's Cash, I'm willing to look at them. You know, we're all willing to check them out. You know, but right now, I don't think they're true, bro. Because when I watched him on that sideline, did you get that type of energy from him?
Nah, like
I didn't.
I mean, could there have been things that could have been done better? I mean, sure, but I mean, it's not like we were there. I mean, my whole thing is
it's not like they were arguing with each other on the sideline the entire year. And
if so, it must have been masked really, really well, because I mean, you would think that wouldn't be that big of an impact, being that they just finished playing in the Super Bowl. But
yeah, it's not like that Bruce Arians and Tom Brady situation where those two clearly did not get along. You could see it on the sidelines. Like every game, those two would be like going at each other's throats. Those two never got along. So I mean, if that were the case, you would see it, you know, on game day. Unless they were really, really, really professional about it. And kept it behind closed doors. Which, I'm not buying it. I'm just not buying it. And I have not seen said reports either, so... But if you got something to show me, man, show me. I'm willing to take a look at it. You know me, I'll take a look at anything people have to offer me. David Screw says, I like his energy, though he almost had us in the playoffs, not even playing a full season. He is a motivator. I disagree. Sorry. Yeah. With Marcos Cash there. And David Screw says, put Deontay Brown in this O-line now. Ooh. He's another one. Yeah, let's kind of brush up on that real quick, because that's going to start up a debate. He wasn't given enough reps. I think if he was, he would be a second stringer, would be his ceiling. Would you agree or disagree?
Uh, ooh, that's hard to say. Like, my
If he
thing
was
is
developed
this.
properly.
If he was developed properly, sure, he probably could have inched his way into maybe a backup, and if he just happened to explode along the way, then ease into starter. But I'm not so sure who's willing to take a chance on him anymore. I mean,
Yeah.
especially if it hasn't gotten to this point
Yeah.
where I don't know. I don't know if it's really a case that should be revisited. Cause
Yeah. I'm kind of right there with you right now. I'm like, we don't have time for experiments when we're rebuilding this offensive line. And to this point, Deontay Brown is now considered an experiment. It's been 3 years, and we haven't developed him, we haven't trained him, we haven't done anything with him. There's been zero plan for this dude. So,
yeah,
like, I'm at that point where just let him go.
yeah,
Let
I
him
hate to
go.
say it,
Let's
but
reset.
yeah, fair point.
And I'm at that point with about 4 or 5 other linemen on this list too, that we have under our list, where we're gonna be resetting everybody really, except for the 4 that I mentioned.
Hmm.
Even Taylor Moton falls under that because I'm just not feeling Taylor Moton anymore. I'm not feeling Icky anymore. I feel like his buddy from NC State is not going to get it done either, Zavala. I feel like resetting the whole line, except for Brady Christensen, Cade Mays, Bozeman, and Corbett. Everybody else can go.
Gotcha.
As soon as those contracts run out, bye. We're resetting. You either fit this new offense or you don't. And I'm tired of getting these people that don't belong there.
Hmm.
I want solid, concrete, grown men in this offensive line. That's what I want. I want people that will build a doggone brick house in that trench and get it done. You know what I mean?
Gotta win the trenches.
That's where you start building your house, is in those trenches. If you don't start building in those trenches, and funny thing is, I was watching the NFC Championship game in 2015 where we played Arizona, and the first drive, if you pause it right after they started lining up, the announcer says, the offensive line is the heartbeat of this team. Now, I want y'all to consider that for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's exactly what it is. And it ought to be your heartbeat. You had so many talented people in that offensive line. That is our blueprint right there of how to build an offensive line. That's where we start. That's our center point. And I think Bozeman and Corbett are an excellent starting point. And you just build around that. Because remember, when we were building the wide receiver core, we started with Steve Smith, right?
Yeah.
When we were building around our defense, we started with Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis.
Mm-hmm.
That's your center point of your offensive line. Start with that and build around it. I do see something with Brady Christensen. I see something with Cade Mays. I want to experiment with Cade Mays a little bit. I see something there. But beyond that, bye. None of the rest of these guys are going to make that cut. Sorry, but that's just the way it is. We don't want run happy protectors that are 75% predominant run protectors. That's what we were doing before, where these guys could not pass protect a beach ball.
Dang.
You could see it on the PFF grades, people. It was there. All year long. It was there. I've been pointing it out every single week, have I not? That's not what you want. You want 60-40 predominant pass blockers that could do both. That are brick houses on that offensive line. I want these defenders to work for their money. You know?
Yeah.
I want them to sweat when they see our offensive line. That's what I want built. And then we go from there. I really believe Dave Canales is the right fit for us, but the way Wilkes is getting treated is ridiculously crazy. I agree.
Yeah.
I completely agree. Frankly, Frank sucked. You're not lying. Marcos Cash says, I don't know about Deontay Brown, but he's been in the league 3 to 4 years and has only been practice squad. That's just my humble opinion. We can fix our O-line through the draft. This draft is loaded with O-line wide receiver talent. Exactly. Yes,
Yep.
I was just about to point that out about the draft. If we don't find at least one good offensive lineman in this draft, we are doing our jobs wrong. In the first 3 rounds. Whether we have that first round pick or not, if we don't find at least one offensive lineman in those first 3 rounds, we're doing our jobs wrong. I want an offensive lineman drafted in one of those 3 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Period. I'm not settling for anything less. Because after that point, you lose talent. You degrade in value. That's not something we want. We need rock solid guys. I'm okay with a wide receiver if we manage to get that first round pick back.
Mm-hmm.
Pick up a wide receiver in one of the first 3 rounds as well. At that point, it would be a question of what you wanted to do in the first round with the 30th pick. Okay, so Marcos Cash says, I don't know, bro. Corbett tore his ACL in his knee last season, 2 games after his return. His MCL in the same knee. That knee has turned to mush. But even with his return, he looked pretty good.
I'm definitely not ready to give up on him, especially somebody who, played at a high level, won a Super Bowl. And, I mean, when he tore his ACL, that was the last game of the season. So, I mean...
Yeah. Eventually, you will be looking to get fresh meat on the line,
right.
to replace Bozeman and Corbett once they get old enough, and injury prone enough.
Mm-hmm.
And that will come with age. But right now, our focus is on building around them. Just build a foundation around them. And then we'll go from there. Do I want a center in the draft? No. Not right now. I'd rather get the tackles. I'd rather get the guards. And I'd like to start on the left side. We know that Taylor Moton is halfway reliable. So that's why I'm saying let's start on the left side. Where we know it's been pure trash over there.
Mm-hmm.
Marcos Cash says, I'd rather get Chris Godwin over Mike Evans. Cheaper and faster. You would be able to afford Chris Godwin, but can you replace that talent?
I mean, his recent contract...
That's the main question.
His recent
Plus the
contract
fact that Mike is just not going to be there.
Here's
It's
the
a
thing,
bidding war.
his recent contract was 3 years, $60 million.
Yeah. Plus, Mike Evans is going to be a bidding war.
Although they did clean 15.136 mil of cap when they converted 18.92 million of his salary into a signing bonus, but it voided 1 year because originally that was supposed to last up to 2027, but with the void, apparently 2025 2026 is automatically void, which would make him an unrestricted free agent in 2025.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing it. I'm not seeing it on either one.
Not to mention, he's a 27.5 dead cap hit. Or cap hit. But yeah. So
true. Lock Poppy says, I miss Curtis Samuel on our squad. Dude was a dog. I agree. I'd love to have him back. Whatever role we could put him in. I'd love to have him back. He's a baller.
Yeah. Had kind of a rocky start due to injury woes, but once they got him going and he overcame that, he actually balled out pretty well.
I think he's going to get overlooked a little bit because of his injuries and because of his misuse. You know, so that could be an advantage for us. You know, if we're able to develop him properly and use him properly, you know, we could get him for less than the value than he's supposed to get in market value.
Fair.
Which helps us. You know, that puts money back in our pocket so we can put somewhere else.
That's fair.
Marcos Cash says, we don't need Curtis Samuel, who's already been a gadget-type player in ISM. I already addressed that one. Yeah, I already read that one. But, yeah. Plus, he hasn't done much in Washington, even with Scary Terry.
Oh, Terry McLaurin?
Yeah.
Well, maybe. I guess. I mean...
Maybe.
Maybe.
He goes on to say, we need Hollywood Brown. No. No, we don't. No.
Injury woes.
Plus, that money is just way too much. Y'all trying to bleed us dry in the cap, ain't you? Come on, guys.
I thought about it at one point because I know we talked about this, but looking at that money and just the injury woes.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
And I mean, people are going to mention a whole bunch of big names, you know, and I'm just sitting there like, okay, with what money?
Yeah.
That's my main problem with this. Don't what money?
Wrong. He did his thing in Baltimore.
Yeah.
He did his thing in Baltimore, but since he came to Arizona, he's been taxed with injury woes.
Yeah, because they're using him wrong in Arizona. They're not developing him. This is yet another team that doesn't know how to develop people. And that's exactly what you're going to get is injuries when you overtax a player and you don't use him correctly. And you don't develop him correctly. It leads straight to injuries. CMC, same thing. You about to see the same thing out of... you saw the same thing out of Jeremy Chin.
Yeah.
You know, and this... D-Jack is next. D-Jack is next. Be on guard, D-Jack. You're next, brother. I'm trying to tell you right now, be on guard for this crap. Because if our management doesn't figure out how to develop players properly, you're up next. Once these two are gone. Alright, so... And J.C. Horn as well. Both of y'all.
That's another name to keep an eye on.
Both of y'all are next. Because we're overtaxing the heck out of y'all right now.
They got to figure out whether they want to pick up his fifth-year contract as well.
But yeah, everybody's going to mention all these big names and they're going to say, we should sign this person, we should sign that person. With what money? Where are we supposed to pull this money out of? David Tepper's fat wallet? That's not how this works. You gonna pull it out of out of David Tepper's stock accounts? Maybe out of one of his mansions or one of his many cars that he's bought? Come on, guys. That's that's not how this works. But they're gonna say these names anyway, man. It's exhausting, but just ignore it. Focus on what we can handle cap wise. That's what we need to do. What can we financially handle while re-signing? And we do need to go over that list of who is not under contract too, free agent wise. I want to know who's under contract and who isn't after we get done with this chat.
Wait, from our team?
Yeah.
We went through that already.
Of who is not under contract?
Who's on the free agent list? Yeah.
But we didn't separate the ones that were under contract versus the ones that were not under contract. That were going straight into free agency. Right?
I mean, the main list we went by was the list of who's going to be
just free agents in general.
Yeah.
All right, so I want to know the guys that are not under contract. Those are the ones we need to prioritize first. We'll worry about this fifth. J.C. Horn's fifth option should be on that list as well, but the rest of it we'll deal with later. Those are the priorities. Because there's a few names on that list that we need to make sure that we re-sign. That we don't let them out there.
Right.
That's going to be disastrous. They'll turn into Pro Bowlers.
Do you have any other comments left, or?
Marcos Cash asks, we got to do any mock drafts anytime soon or not? As soon as we get done with free agency, we'll start beginning those mock drafts. As soon as we learn the players and what positions of need we still have left. Yeah, we'll begin those probably late March. Maybe mid-March to late March. Somewhere in that area. But I want free agency to wrap up before we begin that. Really.
Fair enough.
All the major targets gone. And maybe some mid-level ones too. I like Isaiah Likely, the tight end for Baltimore. I like him too. I think he's got some potential. I think he's got some skills. I think he's going to be a free agent, supposedly. Okay. Marcos Cash says, Matt Corral getting signed to the Birmingham Stallions.
Oh, yeah, the UFL.
Yep. I was going to mention that one. Yep. And final comment is, Peoples-Jones would be a nice pickup.
Hey, there we go.
Yep, so Marcos Cash is putting his love in for Peoples-Jones. I agree as well. I like Peoples-Jones right now.
Yeah, right on. Right on.
Anybody else in either chat like Peoples-Jones, throw him in the chat right now. Show some love. If you like him.
Cool. Yeah, throw on your DPJs.
All right.
So, wanted to get into the NFL, the NFL honors and Hall of Fame class of 2024, right quick.
Alrighty.
So we're gonna start right from the bottom with comeback player of the year. And if you ask me, I think it makes a lot of sense. Comeback player of the year went to Browns quarterback Joe Flacco.
Yes, sir. Joe Flacco. Out of the depths of almost retirement. And this dude just like starts shredding. I saw it too, and I was just like, wow.
It was actually very amazing. I honestly was really shocked.
Yeah. I was
Like,
such a humongous fan of him this year. I was so happy. I was rooting him on.
yeah, I mean, a great finish to the season. I mean,
I like the guy. You just got to root for somebody like that.
yeah, and somebody that has won a Super Bowl with his time in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
Even without being like, the best quarterback out there,
Yeah.
but still gave you five games,
Yeah.
1,616 yards passing, 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
able to come in and get on that win streak for Cleveland to elevate them to a playoff spot. Hey, can't go wrong with that.
That was beautiful. And we're stuck with Andy Dalton. I mean, that should tell you something. I mean, I love Andy. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the better backups out there, but you got Joe Flacco coming out of the depths of almost retirement, and he does that for the Cleveland Browns? Come on.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
39, at age 39, coming in for injured Deshaun Watson. I mean, definitely fill that role.
Oh, my goodness.
So,
That man could have saved our season if we'd have signed him. And he was sitting on that free agent list the whole time.
well, I mean, they really wanted to break Bryce Young in, so I mean, it is what it is, I guess. But
his contract value is $2.2 million.
dang, that is pretty low. But I mean,
I'm just saying, and we're paying Andy Dalton. Hold up, we're paying Andy Dalton. Let me find it. We're paying that man $4.9 million for him just to ride the bench, while Bryce Young was struggling with no offense. Joe Flacco could have come in there and said, "Screw Frank, I'm doing it this way. You don't like it? Stay out of my way. You paid me $2 million. I'm going to get this job done, and I'm getting you to the playoffs. Get out of my way, Frank."
I think.
Shoot.
I mean, it's understandable. It would have been a gamble because I mean, after 2017, there was a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah.
With Flacco, so
Yeah.
I mean,
I get it. Matt Ryan's still a free agent pickup too.
true.
And we didn't bother with him either?
Yeah, I mean, I would have went with Matt Ryan over Andy Dalton.
Cam Newton's still sitting on the free agent couch too. You don't want him either?
Yeah, I mean both Ryan and
Come on.
Cam were MVPs, so I mean, hey, it's
this
rough out
just
there.
This just shows you how much of a non-planner Frank was. He was just like, I'm just gonna BS my way through this season, so I can get my paycheck.
But I think with them picking him up and then them going on a 4-game win streak en route to securing a playoff spot, I mean,
God,
I
man.
mean, if you would have asked any regular fan if they would have thought Flacco would have been able to do that, it'd be interesting to see how many yeses versus nos.
Yeah, you probably get a lot of no's.
Yeah.
And
so,
I've always been that outside of the box guy that's just like, wait. I see something that you guys don't.
Yeah.
But we don't have a crystal ball, so there's no way we could probably figure that out,
Yeah. And it was just, fortunately they had a rough loss to the Texans in the playoffs. But I mean, gotta give mad kudos to Flacco for just the resurgence he had coming in for Watson to anchor to a playoff spot.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of the Cleveland Browns, Coach of the Year for the second time in his career belongs to Mr. Coach Kevin Stefanski.
I would definitely have to agree with that one.
So, Coach of the Year in 2020 and now 2023. Like,
mm-hmm.
I mean,
No doubt.
This dude, I think in due time, he's going to have a Super Bowl in due time.
It's possible.
I mean, you know, dude has been on the rise with only two Coach of the Years within a few years. That's pretty impressive.
Indeed, indeed.
Um, defensive
Yes.
defensive rookie of the year. Um, I was kind of at a crossroad with this one, but the more that I looked into it, I can kind of understand why he got it, and that was Texans edge rusher Will Anderson Jr.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because his sack numbers, he only had 7,
Mm-hmm.
but here's what stood out: it's the fact that he was ranked third in pass rush win rate with 25.8%,
Mm.
and 6th in run stop win rate, 36%,
Mm-hmm.
with at least 400 snaps. I mean, dude's a fighter.
And I think like everybody that looks at the defensive end position is more focused on the sack number, and they just don't see anything else because they think that's all that defensive ends do. And it's like no, they're run stoppers. They're also coverage people as well. You know, they can do other things just besides defensive end. You know, the position has evolved, you know, since the
Right.
early 2000s to where you got
Agreed.
hybrid defensive ends that can do a lot of different things. So when you
Like,
see that sack number is only 7, it's just like, well, okay, let's take a look at the rest of the numbers.
yeah. I mean, third in
That's
pass
what got him
rush.
that award.
Yeah. Finished with 7 sacks, 10 tackles for loss, 22 quarterback hits. I mean, he only
Very
missed 2
nice.
games. He only missed 2 games, but I'd say pretty solid rookie career.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Mm-hmm.
only 7 sacks, but those win rates with pass rush and run stop are
Mm-hmm.
impressive. So
That was part of what made Houston's D line so aggressive throughout the year.
yeah, not to
Major part
mention
of it.
he was an instant impact week 1 where he got his first sack
Mm-hmm.
week 1.
He was an impact player.
Yeah, so they definitely, you know, third pick in the first round. You know, Texans scored big with him, as well as offensive rookie of the year. Still with the Houston Texans, went to quarterback C.J. Stroud. Now, before I go into giving credit where credit's due, let me go ahead and address this is why we should have drafted him. Stop.
Here we go.
y'all y'all need to realize, if y'all haven't realized by now, that Bryce Young and CJ Stroud were dealt two completely different hands. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. This should not even be up for comparison. Period. Period.
You're comparing apples to oranges.
Come on now. And then and
There are
then you
31 there are 52 other players on this team. On every
and,
team.
and not
It's
only
not
that,
just the quarterback.
not only that, folks want to say, "Oh, Texans didn't have that good of an offensive line." That's funny. Then explain to me why CJ was only sacked 38 times and Bryce Young was sacked 62 times. Explain that.
Exactly.
Their offensive line wasn't that good. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
sure.
Where was it ranked officially?
Okay. Um, actually, let's find out, because
Y'all got all these crutches and excuses to use, you know, to blame Bryce. You know, when half the time it wasn't even his fault.
let's see. Um, let's see.
You put any quarterback any quarterback, literally any quarterback that has any talent whatsoever in a situation like Carolina's, that dude is not going to succeed.
Let's see.
With the exception of Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning would set up his own system. And he would say, screw Frank. Screw the offensive staff. We're doing things my way. Matt Ryan would do the same thing. So would Tom. Anybody else, though, that you tried to fit them into your system, Frank's system, with no protection, no weapons.
So
no, it's not going to work.
The site that I came across, it has them in
You
tiers.
could draft any quarterback into that system and try to force them to do Frank's system, and it won't work.
So
you're going to get murdered.
So what I came across was this is broken down into tiers.
Yeah.
Texans was tier 5, which what they have about the Texans. C.J. Stroud has been phenomenal his rookie season. However, he could have been even better with offensive line stability because the Texans lost Kenyon Green and Kendrick Green, a third left guard in Titus Howard, and a solid starting center in Jarrett Patterson. And see, here's the other thing. Despite all that, this has been still been a solid unit. Shaq Mason only gave up 3 sacks, 27 pressures on 642 pass blocking snaps. Laramie Tunsil has a 72.8 PFF grade, continues to be one of the best tackles in the league. Let's see what tier they have. Oh, Carolina, tier 7, listed in the quarterback killers section.
This should not even be a comparison, if you put CJ in this situation, he will not succeed. If you put Bryce in the situation of Houston, he will succeed. He will put up the same numbers that CJ is putting up right now. Mark it down.
And like I said, even with the Texans having, some injuries on the O-line, they've still been able to be a solid O-line to only allow 38 sacks. Not to mention, they got to the playoffs and won a playoff game. Like, this shouldn't
bump his size, man. Bryce was terrified back there.
Yeah, this shouldn't even be a discussion between.
He looked like Sam Darnold back there seeing ghosts.
Not to mention, C.J. Stroud himself even said that Bryce Young didn't have what he needed.
You had Peyton Manning, the legendary Peyton Manning, saying that.
Peyton Manning. Even Peyton Manning, a 2-time Super Bowl champion.
If you don't want to listen to C.J., listen to Peyton. Come on. If you don't want to hear it from Peyton, you don't want to hear it from anybody. I'm sorry. But everybody respects Peyton. Everybody. Except for New England Patriots fans.
Yeah.
They hate his guts. But everybody else respects Peyton. In his opinions. Even some Patriots fans respect him.
Yeah. But it's like, folks need to kill that noise on the comparison between the two.
Yeah.
Oh, this is why we should have drafted CJ. Like, stop.
Stop it.
So he can get destroyed behind the Carolina Panthers O-line? Come on now.
The height ain't got nothing to do with it. It never did.
So now that got that out of the way, let's give him credit. Let's give him credit where credit's due.
Right.
Stroud set the record for most pass attempts without an interception to start a career at 191.
That's what a good line will do for you.
That's what a great line will do. 4,108 passing yards.
Proper wide receivers, proper development, and a system.
And the dude only had 5 interceptions. Fine.
I'll say it again. A system. What word did Peyton Manning use? A system.
System. I mean,
but y'all don't want to hear that, do you? Y'all just want to stay in your little Panther-colored boxes. Y'all want to ignore all that. All right, fine. Let's see what happens when Bryce actually gets the offensive line he needs. Let's see what happens when he gets the wide receivers he needs. Let's see what happens when we get a system set up that works. Then you can properly compare these two. Then we'll talk. We'll go revisit every one of these comments that was like, oh, Bryce Young's height. Bryce Young's this. Bryce Young's a bust. Bryce Young's blah, 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 blah. Stop it. Y'all about to get humbled.
All I'm going to say is, he gets the help he needs and he transforms. I don't want to hear jack from the haters.
Oh, no. Send them to my chat, because I'm gonna make them look like clowns. I'm gonna embarrass every one of them.
Uh-oh.
I've been watching y'all all year. All year. Come on in. And when I hear crickets, I'm gonna start calling people out.
Hey, he said, come on in. Uh-oh.
I want that smoke.
But,
because I've been saying all year, all of these same things. I've been sounding like a broken record all year. You already know it. Check the VODs.
And as far as I'm concerned, I mean, he deserves the credit, and you know, he should be encouraged. Because remember, he's in a sea of a whole bunch of Ohio State quarterbacks never make it in the NFL.
I've heard that one more times than I can count. Oh my God.
Keep on.
Send them over here. Keep that same energy and send them over here when Bryce gets what he needs. Then we'll see. Then we'll see. I want to hear y'all speak up in the chat. I want to hear y'all.
Not to mention, this was the youngest player to win a playoff game since Michael Vick.
Yep. Get your hate in right now. Go for it. Because I'm taking down names.
Y'all remember how long ago Michael Vick was? Remember that? Most of you probably don't, but just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
So
y'all did the same thing to Cam Newton too. Y'all did the same thing to Cam Newton. It's the same people.
And like I said, only third behind Andrew Luck and Justin Herbert? Come on now.
And look what happened to Cam. Oh, he doesn't dress right. Oh, he doesn't do this right. Oh, he doesn't do that right. Oh, so he's supposed to be the perfect Madden AI robot?
It's like, what the
heck? Is
that
that what
he's
supposed to be?
What the heck does that have to do with him playing the game?
Exactly. Nobody cares about that.
Like, I'm sure there's tons of players out there that you disagree with their life choices or fashion sense.
Nobody that's paying 100% attention to the game itself cares about that stuff.
Shoot,
I couldn't give two rips about that.
I don't agree with a lot of Cam Newton's life choices, but
what I care about is what he does when he puts on that uniform.
Exactly, and that dude was a freaking MVP and played in the Super Bowl. End of story.
Y'all try to do the same crap to Bryce Young. I'm telling you, it's not going to end well. It's not going to end the way you think it will.
All I'm gonna say is give up early while you can.
Get all that stuff out of your system now. Get it out of your system now.
But like I said,
I'm not gonna argue with you people. I'm just gonna listen.
He gets the help and watch him transform. I don't want to hear jack. I'm gonna send you over to Corey's stream.
Yep. Bring him on.
So congratulations to C.J. Stroud becoming Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Facts, man. Congrats to CJ.
De-
Proud of him.
defensive player of the year, and after so many tries, he finally gets it. Defensive end of Cleveland Browns, Myles Garrett. He
Love
finally
it.
got it.
Mr. Garrett. Well done, sir. Well done.
Yep. He finally got there.
That dude's a fighter, man. He's a baller.
Been trying since 2017, and he finally got there.
About time.
That's what's up. I mean, I know him finishing with 14 sacks. Definitely. Woo!
It might be because he's with the Browns, because people don't really respect Browns players as much anymore.
Well, it's interesting.
They're starting to respect the Browns a little more because of the most recent years, but it might be that reason.
But what really stuck out about this year was apparently the Browns led the league #1 in defensive efficiency, yards per game allowed, and 3-and-out rate.
And that's something that the analysts cannot ignore anymore.
Right.
The Browns are just finally just like, we've had enough of being treated like crap. Like, we want to show the league that we actually do have ballers on our team. And they need to be respected and honored. So it took like the last 3 to 4 years for them to finally, get the respect that they're due. After being ignored for so long. And that's what we need to start doing, is coming up with some of these baller types like that the league cannot ignore them. The league could not ignore Luke Kuechly. They could not ignore Thomas Davis. They could not ignore Greg Olsen. These guys were going to be there, and they were going to be in your face. They could not ignore Steve Smith.
Exactly. And
you either underplan for them, or you get train rolled by these players. Mm-hmm. They commanded respect. And that's what Myles Garrett does. He commands respect.
Not to mention, along with his regular production, this dude has double-digit sacks every season since 2018.
Right.
So, I mean...
There's a reason people are paying attention to him.
He's like, wasn't he the dude that swung a helmet? Yeah.
Yep.
And he served his time for that.
Yep.
So
he learned his lesson.
So what's the problem?
Yep.
But Myles Garrett was also second in pass rush win rate, and he was the third highest double teamed player.
Ooh.
Third highest.
Ooh.
I mean, can you blame opposing teams' offensive lines?
Nope. Who was it that they were trying to double team in the Super Bowl? I forget who it was. And
in the interior?
I think it was Oh God, it's gonna drive me nuts.
Talking about on the Niners or on the Chiefs?
I suppose there was a guy on either side, really, but I think it was a Chiefs guy. And you really had to.
I think you're talking about Chris Jones. Chris Jones.
Yeah, Chris Jones.
Defensive tackle. Yeah, Chris Jones.
You had to double this dude up, otherwise he was going to wreak havoc. There was just no way you could ignore him. You had to double him, which opened up a spot for a blitzer to come through. So that's why they had so much success. Blitzing for a little while there. And then they found a way around Chris Jones and took him out of the plays. It took a while, though. But eventually he wore down because they kept doubling him.
Right. But, I mean, hey, it's necessary. Sometimes you got to do that.
Yeah.
But congratulations to Myles Garrett on finally getting that first Defensive Player of the Year award.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. Very nice. Offensive Player of the Year. And I don't care what anybody says, I still praise him to this day with all that he's done, even on a different team. Run CMC Christian McCaffrey.
Yes, sir. How does everybody in the chat feel about that man scoring a touchdown in the Super Bowl? I mean, that's something he's going to be able to take with him for the rest of his career. Even if he doesn't win a ring, he at least has that memory. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That he made a major impact in a Super Bowl.
And guess what, y'all? He played a full season, including the postseason.
When he was developed properly and used properly with other major weapons in a system. Imagine that, folks.
Mm-hmm.
All things that we don't have. That we're working on building right now.
Yep. Christian McCaffrey, run CMC.
God,
First
I miss that
full
dude,
season
man.
with the Niners delivered one of the most productive seasons in franchise and league history. Led the NFL in scrimmage yards per game with 126.4, scrimmage touchdowns 21, rushing yards 1,459, first downs 114, 10-plus yards runs with 44 while playing 16 games. We dropped the ball with Christian McCaffrey, y'all.
Please excuse me while I pick up my jaw off the floor after hearing those numbers.
We abused him.
Good
dropped the ball.
God.
Let me say that again.
I got to take a moment.
10-plus yard runs, he had 44 of them. 4-4. 114 first downs on his own. On his own.
Why did we trade him? Why?
Ooh, man.
Why? And don't give me that excuse of, oh, he was injury prone. No, he wasn't.
Apparently not now.
Yeah, apparently not now.
And guess what?
Y'all tried to stick that same injury status on D-Jack. Y'all tried to stick that same injury status on Chin. It's that same narrative y'all keep painting in this fan base that keeps leading to these players getting kicked out of Carolina and becoming Pro Bowlers somewhere else or Super Bowl contenders. Stop the stupid narratives. It's killing us.
Ooh, there's more. Not only did he earn a Pro Bowl berth, not only did he earn a Pro Bowl berth and a first team All-Pro, but he also boosted his total career games with a rushing and receiving score in the same game to 15, tied for Marshall Faulk for most in league history, and became the third player in NFL history to post more than 2,000 scrimmage yards in a season for not one but two different franchises.
Holy crap.
Are we sure about the injury prone status? Are y'all sure about that? And this is done without him being 90+% of the offense.
I heard that injury prone status argument from about 4 or 5 different YouTubers in their chats. I need y'all to take a moment and just think about all of what you just heard. Just think about it. Let that sink in. Let that sink into your little brains of what this man just said right here. Injury prone my flat foot. Eat that crow. And what we got out of that trade was trash.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot. That's right. 2022, he actually played a full season because he played 6 games with us and the remaining 11 with San Francisco. Sure about the injury prone? Y'all sure? Y'all sure?
Oh my God,
Y'all sure
man.
about that? Huh?
I just.
Anybody? Y'all sure?
Every one of y'all better be eating some crow that said that. Every one of y'all. I bet y'all hate it right now. You pulling out the Wolverine pictures, ain't you? Of CMC. And you going, oh, I miss CMC. I miss CMC so much. I miss CMC. Can we stop doing this, man? Seriously, can we stop doing this? Y'all do this to every major player that comes through Carolina. And then y'all want to act like, oh, we miss this player. Oh, it's such a shame that we don't have him back. Oh, they're getting touchdowns for another team. It hurts us every time. Y'all focus on that hindsight pain all the time. Like, stop that. How about we focus on what we have right now? And try to develop them.
The only thing that I'll say, and this is for all the injury-prone bashers out there, y'all, just admit it. We dropped the ball with them. Just admit it. It's okay.
Yep.
Just admit it.
Yep.
Just admit it.
Stop making excuses for yourselves. Just admit it.
I mean, I'm sure there have been many
Eat that
of us
crow and move on.
that have had that thought before, but listen, just admit it. Just admit it. We dropped the ball with them.
Eat that crow and move on, man. It's painful. It's a painful thing to swallow, man. But you gotta do it. I know it kills your egos. I know it does. But you got to. You ain't got a choice now. He's gone. Y'all wanted this.
Oh, but his best stats were with us in 2019. He didn't play in a Super Bowl that year.
Uh-huh.
Didn't even play in the playoffs that year.
Uh-huh.
Hmm? I don't know. Using somebody for 90+% of their offense has its drawbacks. You think? Just saying.
Maybe.
Just saying.
Maybe.
Just saying.
Maybe. And we didn't get a doggone thing for him.
Just saying.
We didn't get a doggone thing for him, bro. That's what hurts even more.
Christian McCaffrey, congratulations on the honors. You've earned them.
Congrats, CMC, man. Much love to you. Hats off.
I know you came close.
Hats
and
off
I think
to
you're
my man.
gonna get it. I think you're eventually gonna get that ring. Keep pushing, bro. Keep pushing.
I want you to take that memory of that touchdown catch that you had and play that you had and just let that motivate the heck out of you. Just don't stop until you get that Lombardi, bro. Don't stop until you get that ring. Do it for all the haters in Carolina, man. Do it for all the people that didn't believe in you.
Because I would love to see you and your father, Ed McCaffrey, side by side, flashing off your championship rings.
Facts. Make these people look like clowns, bro. Because we believed in you. We didn't want you traded. We never did. Me and Blitz never did, bro. It's in the VODs. Go look at it.
And I'll say this about that. Many may argue that it was an understandable reason, but it was a bad reason.
Yeah, very bad reason. I was pissed when I saw that come across my news feed. I was royally pissed.
Oh, man. That could have been us, y'all. Could have been us.
CMC is a major starting point builder. You don't get money of those people coming across your board very often. You better treat them right.
Indeed. Indeed. And then, of course, you have the big one, the MVP. And I got to go in on this one. So, for the second time in his career, goes to Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. Now, I know a lot of folks are going to say, "Oh, he's just a glorified running back playing the quarterback position."
Funny thing about that, Shannon Sharp said this. No, it wasn't Shannon Sharp. It was who was it that said that about Cam Newton recently?
Mm, oh, the woman?
No, no, it was a major Marshawn Lynch, I think it was.
Oh.
Maybe. No, no, it wasn't Marshawn Lynch. It was oh, shoot. Y'all know better than I do. Y'all saw it too. Let me check and see if that got posted on my page. It might have.
Hmm. A glorified running back in the quarterback position. That's interesting. A glorified running back in the quarterback position that has a 67.2 completion percentage, 3,678 yards passing, 24 touchdowns, only 7 interceptions.
Ah, Warren Sapp.
Oh, he runs his mouth way too much. Great player, but he runs his mouth way too much.
He said, and I quote, "If you wasn't that guy, let's not get on these podcasts talking like you was that guy. Cam, you were a glorified running back."
That played in a Super Bowl, that won an MVP.
Hmm.
Funny how that works.
I know, right?
I mean, you know.
Yeah, that didn't sit too well, did it, Warren? Come on, bro. I apologize, Marshawn Lynch. I didn't mean to throw your name out there. It's just the first name that came to mind.
Some people say the same about Lamar Jackson, yet he just won his second MVP in his career. I guess, yeah. Glorified running back. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Playing in the quarterback position. Yeah, sure. Come on, people. Give credit where credit's due.
Of course.
Y'all mean to
I
tell
can't do
me
that.
y'all mean to tell me if we had a freebie opportunity to get Lamar Jackson on the Carolina Panthers, you wouldn't welcome that? You honestly wouldn't welcome that? If you honestly feel that way, I'm sorry, you're either just delusional or you're straight capping. Okay, say what you want about his playoff record. Okay, sure, I give you that. But how often have we been in the playoffs? Anybody remember? Remember who we were in the playoffs with last time? Oh yeah, Cam Newton. Who have we won multiple NFC champion? Cam Newton. Who's the best quarterback that we've had in franchise history? Who? Oh, only one that's won it. Oh yeah, Cam Newton. Y'all give credit where credit's due. Stop ignoring facts and stop being blind. Lamar Jackson is a great quarterback. Come on now. Come on now. If him winning a second MVP hasn't been enough to convince you, I don't know what will. I honestly don't. Maybe Corey, you have an idea, but I honestly don't. I honestly don't know.
No, me neither.
Like, come on, guys. Come on, guys. 24 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Hasn't thrown get this. Has only thrown double digits interceptions once, one season. One season. And he's been in the league since 2018.
Oh, but
was
he's
a starter
but he's
immediately.
but he's trash. Oh, but he's a joke. No, no. I'm sorry, no.
And you know what? I'll be bold. I'll say it. I remember hearing Big Cat talk about this.
Oh.
Glorified running back in the body of a quarterback that's a two-time MVP that has only thrown double-digit interceptions one season is his career since 2018. You know, but I guess he's a quarterback, a running back. He just happens to be a dual threat and had 2 seasons where he rushed for over 1,000 yards. But yeah, oh yeah, he's glorified running back. Sure, sure,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah, sure, sure. Broke all sorts of records. But yeah, he's a running back. Let's yeah, he's a running back. Lamar Jackson's a running back. Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Check this out. Um, Lamar Jackson joined a select group in winning MVP for a second time. The fifth player to win multiple MVP awards in the first 6 seasons of the league, alongside Jim Brown, Kurt Warner, Brett Favre, and Patrick Mahomes, who just won his third Super Bowl. Uh, Helped lead the Ravens as the number one seeded AFC team. Um, Top 10 in total QBR at 64.7. Yards per pass attempt, passing 8.0. Touchdown to interception ratio 3.4. Oh yeah, that's right, because he's only thrown double-digit interceptions one season in his entire career. That's probably where part of that rating comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Stay with me. Led the NFL in yards per rush, 5.5, not among just quarterbacks. Okay, I give you that. Continuing to be the NFL's best, I reiterate, best dual threat. He totaled 3,678 passing yards and 821 rushing yards. The only player to produce over 3,000 passing yards. Okay, running back. 800 rushing multiple times. Multiple times. Don't forget about that passing number. That 3,000, that's passing.
Yep.
Winning MVP in both seasons that he accomplished this feat, 2019-2020 and 2023-2024. Are y'all sure about that?
But he's a glorified running back, though, right? Really?
Not to mention, oh yeah, let's not forget him beating the San Francisco 49ers 33-19 on Christmas, and then obliterating the Dolphins by a score of 56-19, where he had a perfect passer rating of 158.3 and threw not one, not two, not three, but 5 passing touchdowns.
Ooh.
Glorified running back?
Hitting them where it hurts. Ooh. Talk to him, Blitz.
Glorified running back? Y'all sure about that?
Talk to him, Blitz. They don't want to hear that, though.
Glorified running back doesn't have a perfect passer rating.
They don't want to hear that, though. All they see is glorified running back. That's all their tunnel vision will allow them to see. Because they won't open their eyes. I'm telling you, man, that tunnel vision's a heck of a thing.
But they wanna diss, okay, so his playoff record, okay. Jim Kelly's played in 4 Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
Your point?
Yep.
I'm just saying, folks want to say glorified running back for somebody that's played quarterback his entire career and has won his second MVP as quarterback, putting up the same similar numbers he did when he got the first MVP. But I must be missing something.
Same. Oof. Just hitting them where it hurts, man. Running the ego.
Shoot.
Right in the ego. They don't want to hear it.
Let there ever be an opportunity that Lamar Jackson comes to Carolina. The day that it's announced, I will buy a jersey on the spot.
Me too. Me too. Count me in, brother.
Shoot.
I'll join you. We'll be the first ones up there at that doggone register buying them.
I'll take that glorified running back in the
Heck
body
yes.
of the quarterback.
Heck yes. Give me that glorified running back. If we got the money for that, we sign that man as quarterback. Woo-wee.
Gonna turn down a 2-time MVP.
Nah.
Man, get out of here. Get out of here with that. Please.
And y'all say we don't know anything about football. Man, go back to school. Go
Lamar
back to
Jackson,
school with that nonsense.
Congratulations on your second MVP. Keep it up, bro.
Facts, man.
Hopefully you'll get over the playoff hump and win your first ring. But congratulations.
It's funny what you remember, because I remember this dude playing for Louisville and just like absolutely shredding my Clemson Tigers defense back in college. And let's keep it a buck, man. That Clemson D was strong as heck during that time period. That was Venables' defense. And he managed to shred that defense. That's saying something.
Oh, yeah.
Not everybody could do that. Not everybody could say that during that time period. Because we're talking about a Clemson defense that held Georgia Tech's triple option to negative numbers back-to-back years. Negative numbers in every area. So, you want to talk about a really, really tough defense that Lamar Jackson shredded? Yeah. Talk to me about that before you start bashing Lamar Jackson.
Not only that, he hadn't been able to hit 60% completion percentage in college. And look what the heck he's doing now.
Facts.
In his pro career.
Well,
and
you got to consider who he was playing against in college too, because my Tigers defense was a major test for him. That was probably the best test for him the entire year. If you really want to put it into perspective.
And guess what? In his college year, he only threw double-digit interceptions one season.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Y'all need to stop disrespecting this man with the whole glorified running back talk.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Facts. Even with a QB spot, seriously. You cannot stop Lamar Jackson. And now Patrick Mahomes is pulling that same stuff, man. Good luck.
It's ridiculous.
These types of quarterbacks are only getting better, man, with every draft class.
Oh, and did I fail to mention his first MVP season? He was the NFL passing touchdowns leader. Passing touchdowns leader.
God.
Just saying.
They don't want to hear that though. They don't want to hear none of that. They're so stuck in their emotions and their opinions. These facts don't mean nothing to them.
That glorified running back had the NFL passing touchdowns leader award. But hey, believe it if you don't believe it if y'all don't want to. That it's official.
Good stuff.
But okay, so switching gears to congratulations to all the winners.
Yep.
And of course Patrick Mahomes did win Super Bowl MVP as well. So congrats to him. Hall of Fame class of 2024.
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
This is a fun list this year.
Okay. So, the list. We're gonna first start off with Mr. Dwight Freeney.
Love it. Love it. I love Dwight Freeney. Great guy.
Oh man, 332 tackles, 125 and a half sacks, 47 forced fumbles, 4 recoveries, 17 pass deflections, and a defensive touchdown.
He was fun to watch, man. He was absolutely fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Won a Super Bowl
Mm-hmm.
with the Colts, 7-time Pro Bowler, sacks leader in 2004. I mean, the dude was just
straight up monster.
Oh yeah. I mean,
congrats to Dwight Freeney, man.
Oh yeah.
Much love to you, man.
A Connecticut man. That's right. He's from Hartford.
Yep.
Played at Syracuse. But yeah, dude was an absolute beast.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, just what he did in Indy, and even with lesser games played on as he was getting older, was still able to get you a handful of sacks and some good production.
Mm-hmm.
So, gotta give it up for Dwight Freeney. The dude was an absolute beast.
Yep.
I'm gonna use the restroom right quick. Just continue to talk up Dwight Freeney until I get back. I'll be right back.
I think my memories of Dwight Freeney were just how much he just dominated offensive linemen and just made them look like clowns. Made them look like puppets out there. He was so aggressive and fast that it was like going up against Julius Peppers, really. And funny, I mentioned him. He's in this list too. We'll talk about that in a minute. But Dwight Freeney for me, this was during the time of Peyton Manning and all those weapons that they had in Indianapolis that were just incredible to watch. I think there were very few offensive linemen that could really match up against him. And it's just an incredible display of power and strength and bull rushing. And credit to the D-line coach that was working with him, during that time, because he wouldn't have gotten halfway as far as he did without those D-line coaches and the developmental staff. And that's what happens when you develop people the right ways. They become Pro Bowlers, if they've got that much in them.
Ready?
So,
I'm back.
And I also want to mention Luke Kuechly is on the ballot for next year.
Yes, he is. This is true.
Which I'm very, very excited for.
Absolutely. Next up, oh man, this dude was a major threat, special teams, and then as well as offense. Mr. King of Returns, Mr. Devin Hester.
Dude, Devin Hester was electric to watch. Like, every time that man touched the ball on a punt or a kickoff, you just knew this man was going to make people miss. You knew he was going for big yards. And that's why people just intentionally kicked this ball out of bounds and away from him and took penalties. Because they're just like, no, we won't want to kick it towards this dude. They were legitimately terrified of him.
Oh, yeah.
He was a terror.
And you know what's up, y'all? He still holds the record for most career return touchdowns with 20, most career punt return touchdowns with 14, and still ties for most return touchdowns in a season with 6. Y'all, 6 in one season?
This dude revolutionized return game. It was never the same again once you watch this man. Never again.
Ooh, man.
He made you respect return men in the league. He commanded that respect. If you didn't respect him, he was going to run you over like a train on special teams. That's just the type of guy he was.
Because don't get me wrong, I love Steve Smith.
Yeah.
I love Michael Bates. I love He Hate Me Rod Smart.
Yeah.
But the moment Devin Hester came in, it was a wrap.
Oh yeah.
It was a wrap.
That's my favorite Chicago Bears player by a long shot. You know, after Greg Olsen left to Carolina, he became my favorite Chicago Bears player. And, you know, when he's up on the press boxes, you know, and talking to people, he's just the most humble guy ever. But when he's on the field, he's just like, I'm going to run your butt over.
Oh, yeah.
Like a 10-ton truck. If you're not ready for it, then get the heck out of my way.
Yeah.
Otherwise, get flattened. Because I am going for that end zone. I don't care who's in my way. I don't care how tough you think you are and how hard you're going to try to hit me. I'm going to plow right through you.
Mm-hmm.
And just his speed and power. Like, his elusiveness. Like, he made so many people miss. It was insane. I was like, how in the heck is he doing this? I had never seen anything like that. You know, maybe the Detroit running back at the time, but, you know, Barry Sanders. But
right.
Beyond that, you know, it was unheard of watching that in the return game.
And not only that, we're talking about somebody that has amassed 10,000 total career return yards between punts and kickoffs, having those NFL record 20 touchdown returns, 4 Pro Bowls, played 11 seasons, and is regarded as one, if not the greatest return specialist in NFL history.
I still think he's the greatest. I have yet to see anybody match that. He was an absolute pleasure to watch. And a great guy, and I genuinely wish him the best, man. Congrats.
Shoot, he got on my nerves when he played for Atlanta.
Oh my God.
Shoot. Because remember, he played for Atlanta for, 3 years?
Our kickers were just like, nope, I don't want to deal with that. Nope, kick it out of bounds. We'll take the penalty. I don't care.
Shoot.
We were terrified, dude.
You would be better off doing that than to take a chance and kicking it off to Devin Hester.
Oh, shoot. The second he signed with Atlanta, I was just like, yeah.
Dude, if it was me, punter or kicker, I see him back there, I'm like, nope.
Nope.
I might squib it, I might shank it intentionally, but nope.
Nope, that ball's nowhere near that man. Nowhere near him. He's not allowed to touch that thing at all.
Period. I mean, just 2-time NFL kickoff return yards leader, punt return yards leader, 3-time NFL alumni special teams player of the year.
Oh, God.
All right, y'all mess around and find out. Kick off the ball to him. Mess around and find out.
There were so many Panther fans when this man got signed to Atlanta that just said so many curse words. They're
I
just
mean,
like, no.
I, I mean, the
It's
dude
like, we got
ran
to deal with
back
this
a
twice
kick.
a year.
The dude
Fudge.
ran back. The dude ran back a kickoff return in the Super Bowl first possession, first play. Ran
Oh,
it back for
God.
a kickoff return touchdown in the Super Bowl. Like
Oof.
there are things you just don't do. Like
Right.
kicking off to Devin Hester is the equivalent of me putting my hand on a hot stove intentionally. You just don't do that.
That's a great analogy. I love that.
You just don't do that.
It's like sticking your hand in a blender that's
Yeah.
operating.
You just
You
don't
do
it.
that. Sticking a fork in an electrical socket. You don't do it.
Oh man. Now, the more I speak about it, the happy I am that he's actually retired. Because if he was still playing, shoot. I see him on the opposite side. Special teams. See him on the opposite side. Nope. I'm like, nope.
Nope.
So, congratulations to Devin Hester.
Congrats. Well
making
earned.
the Hall of Fame class of 2024.
Well earned.
Okay. I got a little bit of beef with this next one, and you already know why.
What you got
Andre
for me?
Andre Johnson.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not saying that Andre Johnson doesn't deserve to be in there. I'm just saying, like, the fact that he got in there before a certain wide receiver that we owned back in the day, that made way more of an impact than Andre Johnson did during that time period. Yeah. That's a problem. That pissed me off royally too.
A ginormous problem.
Yeah.
Now let me also clarify to those watching. I am not saying that Andre Johnson does not deserve the Hall of Fame. He was a phenomenal wide receiver, hands down. Dude was
Absolutely.
a 7-time Pro Bowler, led the league in receptions and receiving yards twice in both categories. Dude was a beast. But the fact that he made it in, but not Steve Smith, who has been snubbed not one, not two, but 3 straight years not even being able to make it into the finals, is straight blasphemy.
I agree.
The fact that he couldn't even make it into the finals, those 3 years, including this one, is straight blasphemy. But Andre Johnson gets in. Why? Somebody please explain that to me.
They must have got pissed off because of what Steve Smith said to him back in the day.
What's the
with
matter?
all his trash talking, right?
What's the matter? Y'all can't handle Steve Smith, I don't know, speaking his mind?
Y'all don't respect him as a broadcaster, but you didn't respect him on the field? Oh. Now, wait a minute now. You know, like, y'all can't be doing that, all right? Just because he was a Panthers player? But, oh, wait. You can't use the excuse of the fact that, oh, he didn't win a ring, but he was in the Super Bowl.
Not to mention, Andre Johnson played in 2 playoff games. Steve Smith played in 11. 11.
Andre Johnson never played in the Super Bowl.
Sure enough hadn't.
Steve Smith did. And he commanded everybody's respect. He talked trash, but he backed it up. Every bit of it.
Yep.
That dude was every bit as intelligent as Richard Sherman in Seattle.
Oh yeah.
He humbled the crap out of people. And I like Andre Johnson, don't get me wrong, but Steve Smith definitely deserves to be there first. How are y'all stumming him 3 times? 3 times now.
3.
This makes 0 sense. Unless you just hate the man. You can't deny he changed the wide receiver position. You can't deny that.
Yep.
I mean, we could go through Steve Smith's numbers all day long. But at the end of the day, man, his impact.
And not only that, even looking side by side, they have similar numbers. Okay, so Andre Johnson has 2 more Pro Bowls than Steve Smith. Okay, Steve Smith has more return touchdowns than Andre Johnson. They're gonna have some counter attacks to their stats. That's fine.
Like the difference is Steve Smith played in the Super Bowl and Andre didn't.
Yeah, Andre Johnson's only played in 2 playoff games. Steve Smith has played in 11. Like,
okay, but let's keep hating Panthers players, right? It took forever to get a Panthers player in the Hall of Fame. Forever! In a dinosaur's age. I'm telling you, they got biased against us, bro. I've been telling people this for years. People don't want to believe me until they see this. They don't want to believe it, bro. I'm telling you. I don't know what we did to piss everybody off to the point where they're going to kick us out of the Hall of Fame and not send people in and tell Julius Peppers. What was so special about Julius Peppers versus everybody else that we've had in our history, you know, that have been talented players like Steve Smith, you know, and a freaking Luke Kuechly and a Thomas Davis that y'all can't respect us?
Ooh, I got one for you. I got one for y'all. All y'all, size emphasis out there. Andre Johnson did all that. Oh, yeah, 6'3", 229 pounds. And Steve Smith did just as much at 5'9", 195 pounds.
Facts. Ooh, but he's too small. Ooh, but he doesn't have the development. Get the heck out of here.
I don't want to hear jack about no size argument.
You know what's funny? I think somebody did actually run across the original draft profile of Steve Smith. It was funny. That did not age well at all. Nope. Not at all. Oh, goodness.
And like I said, don't get me wrong. Is Andre Johnson the best wide receiver in Texans history? You're absolutely right, he is.
Mm-hmm.
But what my main point is, what really more did he do over Steve Smith that got him the spot over him? That he's been snubbed.
They both did
years.
Exactly the same things, except for Steve Smith was more of a trash talker.
Like,
and backed it up.
If it's that similar, why not put both of them in at the same time? Would that have been that big of an issue? Really?
Is Steve Smith's trash talking that much of a hindrance? Like, if that's what we're judging Hall of Famers on now, man, please. Y'all are judging people wrong, man.
It's just
because I'm gonna tell you, Ocho Cinco is gonna be up for one at some point, and when they deny him, I'm gonna say the same thing. This man changed the wide receiver position. He was a revolutionary. Is his trash talking really that much of a problem? Richard Sherman, same thing at corner. Was his trash talking that much of a problem?
Ray Lewis.
Right. And it's funny you mentioned Ray Lewis. I'm gonna get to that in a little bit. Remind me, because I got something on that I saw earlier.
But just
that I think people will find interesting.
But congratulations to Andre Johnson. I mean, deserved. I get it. That's cool.
Yeah.
But 3 straight years of snubbing of Steve Smith Sr. is ridiculous. And I'm going to tell you right now, if it happens again next season, we're going to have a problem.
I agree. I'm going to be royally pissed. Because there is no excuse other than you're biased against Carolina of why this man should not be in the Hall of Fame. There's no excuse that you could pull out that would justify it other than that one. And even that is a weak freaking excuse.
Yep. It's dumb. It's royally dumb.
It's unacceptable is what it is. It's the league. But yeah.
Next up, Mr. Patrick Willis.
No.
Of course, for the longest time, there have been a lot of battles and comparisons of Luke Kuechly and Patrick Willis. You know, for understandable reasons.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Patrick Willis, has been a Niner his whole career. 7-time Pro Bowler, Defensive Rookie of the Year. I mean, he really set the tone for linebackers during his career. 950 tackles, 20 and a half sacks, 8 interceptions, 16 forced fumbles, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, he set the bar, but I think if Luke Kuechly had kept playing, I think he would have crushed it.
Oh, absolutely. Oh,
by a mile and a half. And would have become the best linebacker out there. Next to Brian Urlacher and Ray Lewis.
Yeah. Came out of Ole Miss. I don't know if Ole Miss is really well known for defense, so hey, that's, you know.
I mean, you never know where these guys are going to come from. You know, right. Some of the best players come from like the most misrepresented colleges. You know, like St. Mary's, for example. You just never know where these people are going to come from.
True.
And then they become Super Bowls, and you're like, this is who from where? You know?
Yeah.
When you're learning the rosters, when you go into the Super Bowl.
The dude had 53 career pass deflections.
Yeah.
That's sick.
It's crazy, man. He had a heck of a career. I got to give him his due and respect for sure. Absolutely. He was a terror.
So, it was definitely good to see him.
You did not want to try to run against that dude. He would run you over.
Oh, agreed.
There was just no way. That was my fondest memory of this dude. Like, anytime you tried to run, it was just like brick wall after brick wall after brick wall after brick wall.
Right.
Like, he built entire freaking mansions on that defensive line trench. Like, there's no way you're running on Patrick at all. You might as well just give up and try to pass it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Next up, Steve Mongo McMichael.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know much about him.
Oh, dude, he was a beast when he was with Chicago. That's really how I got to know him before he got into pro wrestling. I used to watch him quite a bit in pro wrestling, especially through WCW. Was a Four Horsemen in the later years of the Four Horsemen. Has won a Super Bowl. Played with him quite a bit in the early years of Tecmo Bowl, where you could pick him on the line because he'd usually be there with the Richard Dents and the William Perrys like that. Ooh, that D line was sick. Two-time Pro Bowler, won a Super Bowl, two-time first team All Pro, 847 tackles, 95 sacks. Not bad for a defensive tackle. That's not bad at all. 3 safeties, 13 forced fumbles, 17 fumble recoveries, 1 interception.
Ooh.
Not only that, pretty decent head coaching career. 62-38. Dang.
No kidding.
Sounds like he was one heck of a coach.
Where was he coaching at?
In the Continental Indoor Football League.
Oh. Okay.
Where he did get a championship.
Might be time to step your game up to the college level, my friend. Let's see what you can do there.
Unfortunately, he's been kind of dealing with some health issues. He's 66.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only thing.
Yeah. Maybe if he gets better, maybe.
Yeah.
Be interesting.
He had dealt with ALS. So, hopefully things work out for him and he can continue to keep pushing through. But hey, quite a player, and actually quite a wrestler as well. I mean, I enjoyed what I saw him in WCW and all that. So hey, good stuff. Congratulations to Steve Mongo McMichael.
Congrats.
Pro Bowl.
It's quite a career.
Pro Bowl. Hall of Fame class of 2024.
Well earned.
Next up, Randy Gradishar, linebacker. This was way before my time, so I don't really know him
Mine
like
too.
that. But let's see. Defensive Player of the Year in 1978. He's only played with the Denver Broncos. 7-time Pro Bowler. 2-time First Team All-Pro. 3-time Second Team All-Pro. He was a first-round draft pick in the 1974 draft. Let's see. He had 19 and a half sacks, 20 interceptions, 4 touchdowns. Oh my God! 2,049 tackles.
Jeez.
Goodness gracious.
What?
2,049 total career tackles. Wow.
That's why he's going into the Hall of Fame. Holy crap. That's insane.
So, wow, he racked up 2,000 tackles in 9 years playing the sport? Jeez.
Whoa.
Oof.
That's crazy.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Hold on. Let me take a double take. No, 2,049. Wow. Yeah, I had to do a double take. Oh man.
That's insanity.
Played at Ohio State for college.
For all you people that say there's no good players that come out of Ohio State, wrong. Wrong. Try again.
So he played inside linebacker for the Broncos. He was inside linebacker.
Interesting. How many tries has he had to try to get into the Hall of Fame?
He was nominated multiple, multiple times, but not enshrined until this year.
Wow.
He was a finalist twice, but
I think finally they started to open the door to linebackers. I forget who it was that got inducted, but that started the whole chain of them. Now everybody's wanting in, you know?
uh-huh.
I think it might have been either Ray Lewis or Urlacher. One of the two of them.
So he retired in 1983, 1 year before I was born. But he legit finished his career with the NFL record for most all-time tackles. 2,049. That's a scary number.
Wow. Oof.
Man, maybe he was the first generation of Luke Kuechly.
Right. Right.
Oh, man. And I've never even heard of this guy.
Me neither. That's incredible, man. Yeah, this dude might be the one that opens the door for linebackers to get in. Because I don't think Urlacher or Ray Lewis have been in there yet. Have they?
Ray Lewis, I believe he's in already.
Yeah,
Ray Lewis should be in already.
It was Ray Lewis then. That's who I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Alright, so now that they've opened that door, here comes this dude.
Yeah.
With his 2,000... Golly!
And the thing is, it took Ray Lewis 16 years to get 2,000 tackles. And this dude did it in 9. Y'all keep that in mind. Ray Lewis has 2,059 tackles. It took him 16 years in the league to get that. And this Randy Gradishar got 2009. 9 seasons.
Urlacher, same thing, I think, right? And then Luke Kuechly would have been the same thing as well. It would have been like Urlacher, 10 seasons, 12 seasons, something like that for Luke.
Oh, not even Brian Urlacher has 2,000 tackles.
Oof.
He's only got 1,361.
Luke probably would have gotten it in 12 had he stayed healthy enough.
Ooh, man.
I could see that happening.
I mean, just tackles, that puts Ray Lewis to shame. It took him 16 years to get 2,000.
Oh my God.
And this dude got him in 9.
Yep.
That's almost half of that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Oof. Oof.
Wow.
Well,
why was he snubbed for this long?
Good question.
Man.
I mean, I know he doesn't
Maybe
have
they just didn't respect putting linebackers in. Maybe that's what it was.
I know he doesn't have a championship, but dang, like, I'm sorry, that's just gonna stick out to me. 2,000 tackles in 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. Oof. Oh man, wow. that's gonna rattle my mind.
Mine too, buddy.
And then we save the best for last, Mr. Julius Peppers.
Keep pounding. Finally, our first Panthers Hall of Famer. Let's go,
man.
J-Pep. Yo.
Glad he finally made it.
Mr. J-Pep.
And I'm even more proud being that he's a North Carolina native. So, yes.
I freaking love Julius Peppers.
Oh, yeah.
First man to play in the Final Four of college basketball and in the Super Bowl as well.
Yep. And just
incredible.
I gotta read this. It says a two-sport star at the University of North Carolina Tar Heels, Peppers blended his elite size and athleticism to immediately become one of the NFL's premier pass rushers. Won Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2002 after he recorded 12 sacks, 5 forced fumbles, and 1 interception in 12 games for the Panthers. That season was Peppers' first of 9 in which he recorded at least 10 sacks. And while he never led the league in quarterback takedowns, his consistency led him to retire 4th all-time in sacks with, once again, 159 and a half, including a franchise record 97 in Carolina alone. And he is the only player to record at least 150 sacks and 10 interceptions, while 4 of those interceptions were returned to the house.
Us Panther fans know these numbers very, very well. We got to memorize in our brains, y'all.
We were tremendously blessed.
Yes.
With Julius Peppers.
This dude was an animal. He was a straight animal. People were terrified of Jay Peppers.
You want to give quarterbacks nightmares? Have them face a D-line with Julius Peppers on that D-line.
God.
Just saying.
Oh my God, man.
Oh, and speaking of interceptions. Oh, he's a defensive lineman. He can't run that. Oh, he had yak for his interceptions. Oh yeah. Not to mention still holding the record for the longest one for a defensive end at 97-yard interception return.
My God. I don't know about y'all, but when y'all saw that happen, right? How freaking insane was that? Like, I'm telling you, I got up out of my freaking chair and I was just like freaking going nuts when I saw that.
And I know there's going to be some trolls. Oh, he didn't score that time. He ran out of gas. A defensive end returning a 97-yard interception.
Who does that? Even in this age. Who do you know that could do that? Nobody. Nobody. Dude, Julius Peppers was one of a freaking kind, dude. Just the most humble, kind gentleman that you will ever meet. You know, while watching him in the press box. But once this dude gets into a Panther uniform and on the field, there ain't no game planning around this dude. This dude's only got one speed. It's run your butt over.
Oh, yeah.
And go 100% full speed at your butt. Oh, you ain't got no chance. Once this dude kicks into high gear, you ain't got no chance. You're done. If you're an offensive lineman, you might as well just take a seat. Because he's going to blow past you quicker than you could blink.
And you know what's even more scary besides that fourth all-time sacks?
Mm-hmm.
He still holds the record for second most forced fumbles in NFL history with 52.
That's a game changer.
52.
That is a game changer right there.
Whew, man. And 34 of those were with Carolina.
God, man. Why did we let that go? Why did we cut him? Idiots.
We did bring him back, but yeah, I agree.
Why did we do that? In the first place. He should never have been leaving here.
Oh, somebody want to mention special teams? How about second most blocked kicks in the NFL with 13?
Dude, over our course of history, we have never had a person that really specialized in block kicks or block field goals or any of that until him. He was the only one that I could really recall that actually did that.
This was somebody that the bank should have been broken for multiple times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's worth every cent that we could ever give him.
Even the season where he had the what was it, broken hand?
Mm-hmm.
Still gave us 11 sacks.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't stop him.
He could have been a one-armed man. Still would have been productive.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was that kind of player.
Mm-hmm. You just were not going to slow this dude down. At all.
Oof. I mean, just even on his return to Carolina, gave us 11 sacks.
Mm-hmm. You want to talk about instant jersey sales? The second that man came back in? You want to talk about how many people bought tickets to watch this dude? The instant he came back? Dude, everything spiked. Tremendously 50 times fold.
Oh, yeah. And thankfully, he got into the Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility. At least they did right by that.
Did he get in as a Panther?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean,
yes.
That's where he played his career the most. And don't forget, he's already in the Hall of Honor. But just the fact that he, in his first year of eligibility, he got in. So
just wanted to make sure of that because that matters.
But
he would be the only one besides Sam Mills himself that's gone into the Hall of Fame.
Right. But
and Sam absolutely deserved to be the first one. But, Julius Peppers deserved to be the second one. No question.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we got Sam Mills in there. And now we got Julius Peppers.
That's 2 Hall of Famers, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
And
love it.
Staff, do the right thing. Freaking put Steve Smith in there next year. Stop playing around.
Yep. Stop screwing around. Get that man in there.
Get him in.
Yep.
Three straight snub years. That's unacceptable.
Yep. I want Luke Kuechly in there next. Get Luke in there next. That man revolutionized how to play linebacker.
Oh, yeah.
And you mentioned Ray Lewis. Okay. Here's what I found on this. And Keep in mind, Ray Lewis has had multiple encounters with Peyton Manning.
True.
Versus Luke Kuechly that just had like one or two.
Oh, I think I know where this is going. Go for it, bro.
Ray Lewis had a short video out there where he said, Peyton Manning would have all his Omaha stuff and all that stuff, and then, it would get down to the last 5 seconds, and that's when you found out what Peyton Manning's real play was. Because he couldn't change it. He couldn't audible it at that point.
Right.
And I'm sitting there like, that is brilliant. For a man that lives off of audibles, for his entire career.
Yes.
Ray Lewis figures that out in 0.5 seconds. And it's just like, okay, this is what Peyton's really doing. Move these people around, move these people around. Did you have time to do that in the last 5 or 7 seconds, though? That's where Peyton's got you.
Mm-hmm.
But Luke Kuechly already had this crap figured out way before the 5 seconds. And I'm wondering if Ray Lewis gave Luke advice or if vice versa. But those two managed to figure out Peyton more so than anybody else. Even Brian Urlacher couldn't figure him out.
That's big.
I'm sitting there like, these two guys are brilliant. Like, there's arguments in debates to this day of which one is smarter. I would argue Luke Kuechly because how do you shut down 6/7 of Peyton Manning's playbook in just one half of football?
Yep.
After just 2 weeks of preparing for this dude, and not playing against him but like a handful of times.
Right.
Whereas you got Ray Lewis that's played against him several times because they're in the division, or in the same conference.
Right.
So it's multiple encounters. So you've had time to learn Peyton's, what he does. But by the time you learn, he's already changed it. Completely changed it.
Yeah.
Which is what gives Luke the advantage. Because he's only faced him, 2-3 times? Luke's just like, okay, I figured this out. Now I'm going to shut you down with it.
But I think what really helped him blow up that Super Bowl, playing chess, and because, folks want to say, yeah, he won his second ring, but man, Peyton had a trash game that Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. He was pissed. You could see him sweating. And I've never seen that man sweat in a game, unless he's playing against Tom Brady. I've never seen that man sweat. Unless it's against Ray Lewis, Luke Kuechly, and Tom Brady. Those are the only three. Because Peyton was just like, I've got this under control. These guys ain't nothing. They can't figure me out. I already got it changed up. You're not going to figure me out. Luke comes in there and he just says, nah, man. We ain't having that today. Everybody wants to talk about that second half of that Super Bowl, but they don't want to talk about the first half. They think it's boring. Oh no. That was the most fun part of the Super Bowl for me. Was watching that. I love that.
I mean, heck, how do you think it was done and also helped Coney Ealy get 3 sacks and an interception on Peyton Manning? Let's not forget, y'all. Many folks want to get on Cam Newton for getting sacked 6 times. Yeah. Peyton Manning got sacked 5 times that game.
Yep.
Yep.
And
just saying. Peyton Manning didn't even have a touchdown that game.
I'm just
So,
fascinated by that, you know? Like, that to me revolutionized linebacking.
yep.
And, you know, Luke might not have the stats, and it might take a while for him to get in because of the fact that he doesn't have the stats and he had a short career. But if you think about his impact around the league and what he did during that Super Bowl, I mean,
Oh,
he
yeah.
made Peyton waste 2 timeouts. Well, long before halftime. That's strategizing. That's
Oh, yeah.
preparation. You can't teach that. You either have that skill or you don't. And to be at the elite level that Luke was at with the talents that he possessed, it was incredible. He knew exactly where that ball was going before that ball was even snapped.
Oh, yeah.
Every
Oh,
single
yeah.
play. Every single play. So did Troy Polamalu. He had that skill too. He would
And,
be within 5 yards of every play, and it just fascinated the heck out of me. I was like, how the heck is he doing this?
oh, yeah.
Like, when we
And,
played against him, it just pissed me off to no end. I was just like, how is he figuring this crap out? Like, there's no way.
oh, yeah. And just, you would rarely ever see a missed tackle when Luke is coming at you. Very,
Facts.
very rare.
Facts.
Like, and the dude's his closing speed,
My God.
like
It's off the charts good.
you run a sweep, he says bump that sweep. You run a pitch, bump that pitch.
Nope.
A screen, don't matter.
Nope. He'll shut that down too.
Not to mention the picks that he's been able to get. I mean, the
Oh,
dude
yeah.
had 18. 18.
Oh, yeah.
Shoot.
And he taught those same skills to A.J. Klein, who became one of the best run stoppers in the game.
Oh yeah. Oh, AJ Klein had quite a veteran example to
You
follow
were not
behind and
running it on
Luke
A.J.
Kuechly.
Klein. I don't care where you tried to run that ball on A.J. Klein. He had you shut down. You were not getting any yards off of it. None. And he learned that straight from Luke Kuechly.
Oh yeah.
And it fed into his career. Where he is now.
Don't get me wrong. I'll give John Beeson credit where credit's due.
Yep.
He was there first.
Yep.
But once Luke showed up, oh, like the game changed. Like
Dramatically.
yeah. Yeah. Not to mention Beeson didn't even play his whole career with Carolina like Kuechly did.
My whole thing is, like, I grew up idolizing, like, Ray Lewis and Urlacher, and then Luke came up, and I'm like, who the heck is this?
Oh yeah.
You know?
Like who's this dude out of Boston College? They're like, whatever.
And I knew sort of who he was before he got into the NFL because I'd watched him, like, absolutely dominate my Clemson defense. This was back in the Tommy Bowden days. And I'm like,
oh.
who is this guy? You know, like... So,
Yeah.
I learned who he was very quickly, you know. But at that point, he was, like, above average, but he still had the knowledge level to shut you down.
Right.
You know, and the tackling ability, of course.
Yeah, that's.
But once
really...
he got up to the NFL, it was like kicking into high gear like 50 times what he was in college. And credit to our developmental staff and our scouting and all the people that decided this was the dude to draft.
Yeah.
You know,
Like,
I was looking at it like, okay, we need an offensive lineman, and I saw Luke Kuechly's name pop up, and I'm like, okay, this might not be a bad choice. Let's see what happens.
because I remember each of those times, like just starting out seeing him on the field, and an audible would be called, and I remember it would just show him just like going crazy, just like pointing and pointing, and I'm just thinking, what the heck is this dude doing?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, ball is snapped, and within a matter of moments, he's on the ball carrier,
Yep.
and I'm just like, hey, whoa, whoa,
We might
this
have something here.
like
Yeah.
like he read that like perfectly. And then you would see more and more of it, and I'm just like, okay, this dude does his homework. Like,
Yeah. The more I saw of it, the more consistently he did it. I was like, holy crap. What
but I mean,
what am I watching right now?
hey, when you're using a good chunk of your off time in the film room,
Yeah.
I mean,
That
like,
is
hey,
the
want to go out
best
for some?
film study person I've ever seen in the league.
It's like, hey, you want to go out and get some drinks? No, I think I'll stay in and study film.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I'll study film. Yeah, you guys go ahead. You guys go ahead.
Yeah.
But look what it led to. Look what it turned him into. I
Mhm.
mean,
If any Panther deserved a ring, it was him. No question about it. For me. Sam Mills and Luke Kuechly both deserved rings.
yeah, part of
You
me.
could argue Steve Smith, you could argue Greg Olson, but that's second tier. These guys, Sam Mills and Luke Kuechly, both deserved a freaking ring.
Yeah, it was really good seeing him and Cam Newton reunite.
Yep. Oh
Uh,
man, that made me emotional. I'm not even gonna
oh
lie.
man, that was just.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Superman on offense, Luke Skywalker on the defense.
Oh my gosh.
Just, oh man.
Oh, I miss those days.
Yeah. Oh,
But I
15,
love
15
that
and
Ray
1.
Lewis came out and said that though. You know, because it made me think. Okay, did he and Luke Kuechly trade notes? You know,
I mean,
it
it's very
that's the
possible.
first thing that came to mind.
I mean, just whew. I mean, Luke just since his debut in the NFL took it up a notch every year. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
first year defensive. I mean, first year defensive rookie of the year. Year afterwards, defensive player on the year of the year.
Oh my
Like just
gosh! Like, can we
uh,
please get this man on our defensive staff, man? Please.
seriously.
Like that brain of his, we have to have it. We have to have it, bro. Just because he had those two concussions doesn't mean this man isn't just as brilliant as he was before.
Right. Right.
We gotta have it.
That's really the only thing. If it wasn't for those concussions, that's just the
Oh
only thing.
man, he could have been probably the greatest linebacker out there.
But one thing you can say, he played like when he played
Mm-hmm.
100% full
Mm-hmm.
speed, and when he hit, he'd hit.
Yep, he's only got one speed, y'all. He's only got one
Yeah.
speed, 100%, right at you.
But I'll give it to him. I mean, he pulled out of his career. Like I feel
Mm-hmm.
like when it was right for him.
Yeah,
Just
that was the smartest decision that he could have
yeah,
made for himself. Yeah, it was emotional. It was hard, but it was the right one.
Yeah. And I know there may be folks mad about that, but it's like, y'all, he's got to look health first.
Yeah.
Health 1st. Like, you can't do all of that if your health is not in good shape.
Right.
So, that's the only thing. But, cool. But congratulations to all the NFL honors and Hall of Fame. Julius Peppers, I salute you. Second Carolina Panther to ever get into the Hall of Fame.
As do I.
Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Really proud of you. North Carolina
That's
native.
off to my man.
And and still continues to give back to the community as well. Julius was very, very well known for that.
Yep. And Lou Kuechly is more centered on, player health and making sure that people are able to play the game for longer.
Yep.
Which, is a idea that suits him,
But whenever he's ready to, defensive
it's
coach,
a campaign that suits him.
Whenever he's ready to be a defensive coach or linebacker coach, Carolina, y'all better jump on it.
Yes, please.
Don't let that slip.
Yes, please. Greg Olsen doesn't have a job right now.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hey,
tight ends coach. We have a vacant spot right now.
Oh, do we actually?
Yes, we do.
Oh shoot.
Can we? Can we get him? Please?
Oh, you're right.
Please?
That is a vacant spot.
Please? Pretty please?
Ooh.
I want Greg Olsen so bad as our tight ends coach. I want it so bad. Please.
Dan Morgan?
Oh, God, man. I had to say it. I had to.
Hey, Dan Morgan. His analyst contract finished. He's got nothing to do. Hey, wanna,
yeah,
give him a call?
Yeah,
give him a call.
Yeah.
Shoot. But yeah, that's a good point. We don't have a tight end.
Oh
coach.
My goodness.
Oh man.
Oof.
You're like, hey, Mr. Reliable, you interested in being a Mr. Reliable coach?
I want it. He doesn't need the prior coaching experience. He played the best years of his career at tight end. Come on.
Yep.
How much more experience do you need? This man's lived it.
Yep. I mean,
if you don't put him in tight end coach, where else is he supposed to go? I mean,
exactly.
Yeah, he's a great broadcaster. Somebody will pick him up. Somebody will give him a call.
Yeah.
Do you really want the broadcasters giving him a call before you give him a call, though, Dan? Think about it. Think about that long and hard. If you have any shot at convincing him, it's right now. Just saying.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's an update. Apparently, Olsen is expected to be bumped down to number 2 team for the 2024 NFL season when Tom Brady joins Fox Sports. Bump Tom Brady.
Are you freaking serious?
Come on.
Oh my God, dude.
Greg Olsen did a good job. What the heck is wrong with y'all?
Dude, Tom has no broadcasting experience whatsoever. And you're going to bump Greg Olsen down to second tier?
Yeah.
And I'd have
Fuck
some
Tom
words
Brady,
to say if
man.
I was Greg Olson right now.
My thing is, why would you bump him down? He was doing a great job. I mean, come on. Y'all bumped him up to number one after his first
Oh my
year.
god.
Goodness gracious.
Y'all just love to crap on the Panthers players, don't you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Olson. Tom Brady's available now. We're gonna bring him in. He's a 7-time champion, and you know you
Man,
couldn't win
screw
one.
Tom Brady, man.
Like, so dumb. I
Tom
really
is
don't.
such a narcissist, bro. He's just got to have that one up on everybody.
I
It
just
doesn't
really
matter
don't.
what it is, whether it's broadcasting, whether it's on the field, no matter what it is, he's just got to one up you.
I just
Freaking
really don't
narcissist,
want to.
man.
I don't
Classic.
want to hear what Tom Brady has to say because he's just. Oh my
Like
God.
no, I don't even want to listen to a single word that man has to say. I'm turning on the Panthers radio station whenever we do Panthers reactions. If this man is a
Seriously.
broadcaster, I'm telling you, I'm doing it. I would much rather hear the broadcast in Spanish than listen to him
Seriously.
and not understand a word of it.
Trying not to hear no dangle Tom Brady.
Yeah.
No Fox Sports. Man, get the heck out of here with that.
I would.
Please.
I mean, that's saying something. Like, I don't want to hear what this man has to say.
Did enough talking and crying to the referees during his
I know, right?
career.
For real, though. Scumbag.
Dangle Lom Shady. Man,
Tom cheating Brady.
That's just ridiculous. Like, why y'all gonna do Greg Olson like that? Man, whatever.
Oh my God, man. I'm just. I am not here for that one.
Well, kudos to Greg Olson for being a good sport about it, but man,
Yeah. He's always been a respectful person and just humble in general. And you gotta love Greg for that.
Yeah, that's one thing. You know, he was a great guy and just credibility.
But he also stood up for himself too, and he said, you know, I've done a great job and my career speaks for myself. For itself, you know, and you gotta respect him for standing up for himself too.
Absolutely.
That's the right thing to do.
And one thing he's always had Cam's back. The offensive line he played behind. Oh man, that is one thing. Whenever he scored touchdowns, like along with Cam, he praised the mess out of that O line, and they just really showed their love for him. I mean, him and Ryan Khalil were like this. They were like tight.
The heartbeat of that team was the O-line. Those announcers were exactly right in 2015. And the thing that stuck out to me when you think about Greg Olson in 2015 was how many times that dude was wide open.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're talking about the guy that's almost the size of Gronk, just out there wide open on every single play. Like, how do you leave this dude by himself? Like, and they kept finding him over and over and over again. I watched it live in person for 4 games, and I'm sitting there like still just shocked. Like, how do you leave this dude wide open?
Now, and don't get me wrong, was he a speedy guy? No, definitely not the fastest, but he would make you pay. And Yak, if he caught that wide open with open field, oh, you best believe he's gonna get some Yak.
He will break tackles too.
Not to mention catches in tight windows. Oh man,
that dude was one of the best at it.
Well, he was Mr. Reliable.
Yep. Hearing
I
that
mean,
name for a reason.
dude, I could just imagine that final play in Seattle, Cam to Olsen. I could just imagine like the drop back and Cam just looking up for a second and just thinking, "Oh, hi, Greg," and just tosses him the ball. I mean,
Yeah.
just flicked it
Yeah.
to him. Legion of Boom. They let Greg Olsen just fly right by them. That's funny.
That's hilarious.
Oh man. And just Olsen caught it. Didn't even have to say a word. Didn't even
Yep.
have to say a word.
Yep. You just already knew. As soon as you saw Greg Olsen wide open, you're just like, I already know that ball's going to him.
Like I could just imagine Cam was like, "Oh, hi, Greg. Touchdown."
He's just like, this is too easy. Whoop.
Because I mean, within about 2 or 3 steps of that drop back, I
Yup.
mean, he didn't hesitate.
Nope.
Just
He already knew where that ball was going. As soon as he saw Greg, he was just like, too easy. Whoop.
I mean, he did do a little mini pump fake, but then again, he had tons of time.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but just and then just the blocking and and shoot,
Oh, yeah.
Greg on his receiving, his blocking, like
My
his
God,
blocking, like
at some point, I want him to be in the Hall of Fame as well. He
oh,
deserves
he better
to be
be.
there.
He better be.
Oh, yeah.
Shoot.
I'd like to see Thomas Davis in there as well.
He better be as well.
Mm-hmm. How many linebackers do you see play the Super Bowl with a broken ankle? Come on, man. How many do you see do that? Play a full game with a broken...
Forearm.
Yeah, forearm.
Yeah.
With a broken freaking forearm. And still doing the things he was doing.
I mean, he had a big old rod with thick stitches. I mean, you could see the
God,
scar.
it
The
was
scar was
insane.
like big. Still played. That dude was like, "Oh no, this Super Bowl, I'm playing.
Oh, yeah.
If we gotta do an emergency surgery, whatnot. If I gotta like whatever,
Oh, yeah.
like I'm
Whatever
playing
it
that game."
takes. I'm playing this freaking game.
And sure enough, there he was side by side with Luke.
Yep.
Shoot. I think they spent a lot of their careers betting on who would finish the game with the most tackles.
Facts.
Shoot. Probably made some money off each other. Shoot. It's like, hey, I got 1,000 of my salary. I get more sacks than you this game. I'll double it. Make it 3. All right.
You're on.
First one to get an interception has to buy the other dinner for a week. You're on. Shoot. I can only imagine. I mean, the chemistry and whatnot. And just, oh man, to go back to Cam, just seeing, dude, that NFC Championship game where
My God.
like 5-6 minutes left, and you just see Cam and just his teammates. It probably was less time than that, but just on the sideline. Hey, everybody, gather around. Big group picture. Just everybody, come on. And just posing with his teammates and just rallying up everybody.
Amazing.
Like, just memories.
Thomas Davis picking off Aaron Rodgers. Like, the second that happened on that last drive, I was there in the house for that one.
Oh, yeah.
That crowd was so loud you could hear it for miles. I mean, it was like a gigantic roar. I was like, good God, what did I just witness?
Mm-hmm.
I just witnessed Panther history right there. Oh my God, it was electric. Oh, take me back.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to
Seriously.
relive that again.
Oof. Goodness gracious.
Oh man, and to see like the column painting of like the double overtime ex clown play of Steve Smith just gave me chills walking through Boa. It's still
Oh
up there,
yeah.
by the way. It's still up there.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep.
And just and I know you had mentioned it before, but and don't get me wrong, Bradley Bozeman has been doing a good job, and
Yeah.
there's definitely potential for him to grow.
Yep.
But man, Ryan Khalil was somebody special.
Absolutely.
Like
The
if
second
he,
that man retired from the Jets, that whole O line just collapsed up there in New York.
oh yeah, oh yeah, and I mean, 5-time Pro Bowler and All Pro.
Ugh, New York, you guys don't realize what you had. You have no clue.
Like, don't get me wrong. No disrespect to Jeff Mitchell. He was a great center for us as well. But I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry. Once Ryan Khalil showed up, it was a wrap.
Oh yeah.
It was a wrap.
Mm-hmm. Trey Turner, Andrew Norwell.
Oh man, the stone wall, the
Mm-hmm.
stone wall. Michael Oher.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. And oh, okay, Mike Rimmers. I'll mention you, I guess. Okay, Mike Rimmers.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I mean, just Ryan Khalil being in the middle of that, like the beating heart to start the chain of the O line.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
Unbreakable chain, man. You are not getting past that line.
I mean, not to
I
mention,
don't
I
care
mean, look,
how good you thought your defensive ends were. You're not getting past that line.
not to mention, I mean, let's not forget where he played at. He played for USC for crying out loud.
As good as we were in that NFC Championship game, that was terrifying for other
Yeah.
teams. That's an
Oh yeah.
instant, like, oh, type feeling. Like, oh my God.
Yep.
It's like, this is how good this team could be if we were actually reaching full potential every single game. Like, we would be unstoppable. That is terrifying. I
Oh,
had
and
freaking chills the entire game, bro. Even just rewatching some of it.
oh yeah.
I
Oh,
was like,
and
that's the blueprint for what we want to create.
and Ryan Khalil, if you ever want to coach a offensive line, yeah,
Please do.
you're more.
Please
Yes.
do. You're more than welcome.
Shoot, I would hire that man in a heartbeat.
Yep. Yep. As soon as he showed interest, I'd be like, signed. Give him a
Because you
whistle.
get because you get the best of multiple things out of him. You get blocking, you get
Yep.
intelligence, you get directing of protection, and you get the fact that he played center, one of
Yep.
the most important positions on the O line, along with left tackle is as well, but that center position, that's the
Mm-hmm.
core.
Mm-hmm.
As one thing people underestimate on that O line. Center is a hard position to play,
Oh my God, you have no idea. Ooh.
especially have to consistently adjust your protections, call out blitzes, call out stunts.
Yep. Nobody was better at it than Ryan Khalil. Nobody.
Hey, 5-time Pro Bowler.
I don't care who you name. Nobody was better at it than him.
I just wish Matt Khalil could have followed in his footsteps a little more. But it is what it is. It is
I
what it
think
is. It is
once
what it is.
they open the door for centers and offensive linemen, Ryan Khalil might get put in. It's
Oh, he
possible.
should. He absolutely should.
It's very possible he could. I'd love to see it happen. It's gonna take a while though, cause it's offensive linemen.
True.
They don't really do that much impactfulness to the game, but if you think about it, they actually do. The Hall of Fame is gonna look at it like, they don't do the, it's an offensive line. But to the people that actually pay attention and understand this game and study the game like we do, it's like the offensive line is essential. It's the heartbeat. You don't do anything without that offensive line. Nothing. So,
Absolutely.
when you look at a guy like Ryan Khalil that revolutionized the center position, yes, he should absolutely be on the list when the time comes. Top of the list.
Agreed.
But yeah, we really need to take that blueprint of what we saw in that 15 NFC Championship game and apply it to what we're trying to build here. Use that knowledge. I beg you. Create something nice. Create something sturdy. Something consistent. That's going to last.
Gotta do it. Got to do it. But that is pretty much all I have. It's getting late. It's almost 2. So
yeah,
it's gonna open up for final thoughts. I'll go ahead and get mine out of the way. First off, once again, congratulations to all of the award winners for NFL honors and Hall of Fame class of 2024. Once again, congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes, his third.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm just, we've seen quite headlines for what's been happening with our coaching staff. So, we're just really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen with talent. We're ready to see Dan Morgan and the rest get to work on securing some talent. He said that we need some dogs, so I expect Dan Morgan, let's go out and get some dogs. And let's also keep exactly who we need to keep.
Mm-hmm.
Figure out the analytics, figure out, the money situation. Y'all brought in Brant Tillis. Brant Tillis, glad to have you here, but it's time to go to work.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Tepper, stay in your seat. Don't get out of it. Don't do nothing. Stay in your seat. I love the enthusiasm from Dave Canellis. He's fired up to work with Bryce Young. I love that energy. Definitely ride that. And yeah, now that the season's officially over and now we're into the off season, everybody rest up, heal up, stay focused. Let's get these priorities done. Draft will be here before you know it. Draft will be here before you know it. Um, Time for y'all to strategize, go over your needs, do what we got to do, and let's get off to a good start. I know it's going to take time, but y'all, let's get off to a good start for this next season, and let's build. Even if it's a few bricks here, or
Mm-hmm.
brick by brick, let's build.
Yeah.
But let's get off to a good start and just go from there. And yeah, looking forward to it. Keep pounding. That's all I got.
Before I get into my usual spiel, Mustafa Davadi, we don't do that here. All right, man, get out of my chat with that crap. I'm not gonna dance for your super chat, and I don't even have super chat set up, dude. Stop it. Get out of my chat with that crap.
Oh,
I don't want your
somebody
$100. Keep
Oh,
it, bro.
YouTube troll sounds like.
And I mean, I've seen people do that on YouTube, just like try to get people to do stuff for super chats and everything. And I'm just like, nah, we don't do that here. Appreciate you though, but no, we don't do that here. But if you want to give us a sub, man, we're happy to have you. But just don't pull that crap in our chat again, all right? Black Poppy's probably gone to bed now. he usually handles that stuff, but
Ah, gotcha.
all right. As far as my closing thoughts, congrats to the Hall of Famers, of course. Congrats to all the winners of all the awards. Much love to everybody there. White Poppy's still in the chat. Yeah. Get rid of this garbage that you see on top, above your message, bro. You see it though, right? All right. Anyway, all of those players are deserving of those awards, absolutely, and much love to them.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope they have great. They enjoy that victory that they've well earned. As far as building this team, it's gonna be a tough road for the next 3 years. I'm gonna say that right now.
Mm-hmm.
People are not gonna be happy with what we're doing next, in 2024. They're gonna think, oh, it's more the usual. No, it's not. Not this time. I'm telling people, be patient with Canales. We got a plan now. We've got an idea of what we want to do. And that's the difference between this coaching staff and the last few coaching staffs. And I hope it translates into results. I'm really, really putting my eggs in this basket, I think. And it's dangerous because I'm going to get a lot of flack if this doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
But I really do think that Canales is the answer that we've been waiting on.
Okay.
You've heard his words. You've seen the press conferences. You've seen what he's planning on doing with Dave,
Mm-hmm.
and with Dan, our new GM. And the first move that we made was Brant Tillis. That's bold. What we're doing right now is bold, and you got to do bold things if you want to start turning this franchise around.
Yeah.
It takes that. It takes courage. And I think we're heading in the right direction. It's going to be tough to convince these players to stay here, or to come here. But you've got to find a way to do it. The first year, it's going to look ugly. It's not going to look like, your typical success story of the Detroit Lions or the Jaguars or anything like that. All of these great franchises started out just like we are right now, rock bottom, and built their way back up. If you look at the Detroit Lions, what was their record the first year?
The Detroit Lions?
Yeah. Over the 3-year span, what were their records?
So
it was like a 5-win season, then a 9-win season, and then look what they just did.
So with the last three, if we start from say 2021, it was 3-13-1. 2022, 9-8. And then just this past season, 12-5.
And let me remind you of what the Detroit Lions did to create that. They did something bold. The Matthew Stafford trade.
Yep.
That's what started it all. Now, our bold motion of what we did was we got Brent Tillison here. And we stuck by Bryce Young.
Yep.
That's bold. Even though everybody said, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Same with the Matthew Stafford trade. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. But what did we do? We stuck by it. We did it. Anyway. And if this gets us results, we're going to look back at that and say, we did a fantastic job. We made the right move. And look where it got us.
Yeah.
So instead of that negative hindsight of 2020, we'll have a positive hindsight of 2020. Don't y'all want that? We've had enough negativity. Panthers fans, we've had enough. We almost had a march on Maine.
Oh, yeah.
We almost had a march on Mid Street, guys. That's how low this franchise has gotten. Aren't y'all sick and tired of that? It's time for positivity. It's time for a new beginning. It's time for a new chapter to be written in Carolina. Dan Morgan said, we are going to make people respect this logo again. I mean, that lit a fire in me. I don't know about you guys. It lit a fire in me. I said, hold up. This man means business. I watched his body language during that, and he ain't lying. He ain't lying, folks.
Oof. Yeah. Yeah.
He 100% believes this. With a fire in his belly. And what did I say when we were going to be hiring a new GM and a new head coach? I want somebody that's got a fire of competition in his belly. And we got just that. Somebody that's played on this field before, that's been there, that's seen the Super Bowl, that's experienced it.
Oh, yeah.
So, when you look at the Chiefs dynasty right now, this is the building blocks to create something like that we are starting right now.
Yes.
And you look at the Chiefs in their 3 years of counterbalancing the cheating ways of the New England Patriots, and providing good role models for the league, getting the kids involved in youth football, getting the fans in Europe and everywhere else involved in football again, in American football, is priceless. You can't put a price on that. That's why I fully embrace the Chiefs winning that dynasty and getting those trophies. And you look at Andy Reid, the most humble coach you will ever see in your entire life, that just wanted a cheeseburger once he won the trophy.
Yeah.
Every other coach was just like, yeah, I want to wine and dine my wife. I want to buy a BMW. I want to do this and that. They're not going to say that, but that's what they were actually going to do. And Andy is just like, I just want a cheeseburger.
I just want a cheeseburger.
I'm like, how do you not love that? How do you not love that? I mean, that's the type of coach I want. That's just like, I'm always hungry. And it's a metaphor for always wanting to be hungry to win. He's not satisfied. Not with one trophy. Not with 2 trophies. Not even with 3. This man wants to be in the history books. He has built such an empire in KC that anybody can do this. That's what he's showing everybody. Anybody could do this. And the fact that we just got his new VP from KC, yeah. Brant Tillis.
Yep, sure did.
Right out from under their doorstep. Can anybody tell me that that's not exciting? Dude, I flipped the heck out when I got the news that we got him signed.
Oh, I bet you did.
Bro, if I wasn't in a certain setting, I would be doing cartwheels down the street when I got that news.
Fair enough.
Oh my god, dude. I don't know how he did it. Dan, you're a magician. You're a straight up magician. I don't know how you got him here. But this is the beginning of something incredibly special. And we have got to keep it going. Stay the course. We've mapped out how to approach things. We're going to continue to map that out. We're going to continue to make the right moves. But we've got to stay the course. If we manage to do that, at the end of 3 years, we can say either we have succeeded in our mission or we still have a lot of work to do. Mm-hmm. And to me, even if we failed, reset. Try again. What's another 3 years when we've spent 9 years in misery? To me.
That's
you know what I mean?
Point.
Like, what's another 3? And I mean, I don't want to see another march on Mint Street planned. That's all I want. I don't want that happening right now. Right. I'll settle for that. We've got to really push ourselves to go in the right direction. And that's what I've been hearing is like, I just don't want to deal with all this negativity. I'm like, how about we don't?
Right.
How about we stop settling and we start getting aggressive? Because that's who we are. That is our new identity. I want teams to come into Carolina and see this is a jungle. You're not leaving here without getting freaking clawed up.
Oof. Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want people to respect this team again. I want coordinators when they come into Carolina to go, oh, you know,
Yeah.
it's the
Oh,
Carolina
yeah.
Panthers. They've got this weapon, this weapon, this weapon, this weapon. Oh, crap. It's like, how do we plan around that? That's what I'm looking for at the end of this road.
Mm-hmm.
We can get there, but we got to be patient. And you're going to hear a lot of, oh, this team is trash. This team is garbage. This team can't do this. This team can't do this. This player can't do this. This player can't do that. Oh, you're injury prone. You're going to hear more of the same. Ignore it in 2024. Put it out of your mind and ignore it. The main two statements I want people to remember are stay the course and be patient. It's not going to be easy losing these star players. That's where the be patient comes in. We're going to go through a rough season of a bad record again. Be patient. Stay the course. You're going to hear fire Canales, fire this person, fire that person. Stay the course. You're going to like where this is heading. But you've got to stay the course. And I want Mr. Tapper to stay exactly where he is.
Stay in a seat.
Go sip your Long Island iced tea and just watch the fireworks. All right?
Yep.
Don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, we're back to square one. And that man is showing impatience like you have not seen before. And in an owner. And what I'm saying is, stay in your box. Stay there. You know, it's like taking your dog out for a walk. It's like sit, and this dog, all this dog wants to do is just roam around and do whatever he wants to do. Sniff some grass. You know, it's just like, it's like you, sit down.
Yeah, I totally get it. Totally.
Yeah. It's like you don't need to do all that. Just take care of your business and let's go back in.
Exactly.
It's that simple. Like, and I'm not comparing him to a dog. I'm just saying that's the analogy.
Yeah. Oh, I get where you're coming from, for sure.
Yeah. But it's the easiest way to describe it. Stay in your lane. You're gonna be tempted in 2024.
Right.
But don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Sportsocracy, and I'm telling y'all too, be patient. Because you're going to want to tell him to fire him as well. Don't do it. He hired y'all for a reason. Y'all don't be stupid either. Alright, so I really do believe that we can create what we want to create. It's going to take time, and it's going to be within our own budget limits. What we can do. Like Dave Canales said, it's not about what we can't do, it's about what we can do.
Right.
And he's got the right mentality. That's what we need to carry forward.
Gotta build on that.
And above all, we need to reestablish the keep pounding mantra.
Absolutely.
Because that is who we are. That's always been who we are. And that will always forever be who we are. So with that being said, keep pounding.
Keep pounding. Ah, excellent, excellent,
Uh,
excellent.
Thank you for the sub, Panthers for Life TV. Appreciate you and anybody else that has subbed or followed my channel. I appreciate y'all and my Facebook page. Much love to everybody. It's
Yes,
not about the
indeed.
number, it's about who you guys are. And I love you guys like family. Thank you.
Much appreciated to all for coming out and joining us. Like I said, I know it's been a little while since we got together, but hey, it's good to be back on here. And
Madden
you
Monday
know,
coming Thursday or Friday. Madden Monday
gotcha.
stream coming Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, y'all be sure to check him out.
We'll be
You like
doing that
Madden
every
NFL
week.
football? You like NFL, Madden NFL football? Definitely check out Corey's stream for that. Um, just want to thank everybody for coming through. And don't forget to check out the link in the description of my channel for Game Beauty if you're interested in any video game themed makeup and cosmetic products. Don't forget to use the promo code Blitzball underscore champ, all in caps, for 10% off your order. Also, be sure to check out the Bleeding Carolina Blue podcast
Yep.
YouTube channel that is led by Mr. Carolina, another great guy.
And the Rob
Um,
Star Report as well.
yes,
Go give
absolutely.
him a like and a sub too.
Say that name one more time.
The Rob Star Report. Two P's
There
in
you
it.
there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to check out all those channels. Um, and yeah, even though the season's over, still look forward to content in general between gaming, sports talk, you name it.
Yeah, if
We'll
you
still
want
be here.
gaming, check us out on Twitch. Blitzball Champ for him and Shadow Warrior Gaming for me.
There you go. So get your gaming fix on. Check us out.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we hope y'all enjoyed tonight's live stream. And yeah, no matter what, keep pounding. We're going to get through this. Let the healing process begin.
Yep.
So, with that being said, for another Carolina Panthers Talk live stream, we are your hosts, Blitzball Champ, and
Keep pounding.
we will see y'all very soon in the next video and or live stream. Take care, rest up, have a blessed week. Happy Valentine's Day.
Peace.
And clear on my end.
All right. Shout out to Lock Poppies. Shout out to David Scrooge. Shout out to Marcos Cash. Shout out to Broski Bear. Shout out to everybody that's comes through and hung out with us, man. Appreciate y'all. We'll see you guys for Madden Monday tomorrow or Friday. I'll probably announce the time. I don't know if I will or not, but we'll be doing free agency recaps and stuff like that throughout my Facebook posts if we don't go live with it. So be looking for that. Beyond that, I think that's pretty much it for us. I just want to say thank you so much for the support. You know where to find Blitz. Find him on YouTube. Find him on Twitch. We'll be doing some gaming stuff pretty soon, right? You know?
Still haven't forgotten.
Oh, yeah.
Especially now that the season is officially fully over. So, yeah.
We're going to be in talks to see if we can get something going on the Twitch channels. So, that'll be fun. But yeah. Be sure to like and follow on the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps. And we will see you guys soon. Stay happy, healthy, and well.
Alrighty. See
And
y'all
keep
soon.
pounding.